The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
When I was talking to men, there was always a struggle for glory when they talked about living one day. My one day, if I could have any day to live in all the history of the world, it would be with Leonidas and the Spartans. I know saying that I would die that day. I want our women to continue to uphold the core of their being, the inward looking toward their womb for the survival of our people. But now more than ever, I want our men to say to our women, no, I will not serve your inward looking. I will instead strive for glory for our people and do my duty as a man. That more than anything is what we need right now. Master Rebel writing that with a kind super chat. Thank you very much, dear friend. What can we do? Much love, by the way, back from the decaying state of Virginia, once lovely and lofty, stained with the blood of my ancestors. What can we do in the short term? There is one thing we all need to be doing every single day. One thing. You don't have to worry about anything else. Everything else is an avocation. This is your vocation. Everything else is avocation. You have to focus on treating yourself for the mean pathogens inside of you. You are capable of a great many more things than you believe today. Whatever you think you're capable of physically, double that. Whatever you think you're capable mentally, triple that. Whatever you think you're capable spiritually, quadruple that. All of what you are, all the potential you have has been shackled by these infections of the anti-whites. All of that is holding you down to the earth so that you cannot move forward to achieving your potential in this world. So number one, you've got to teach yourself your mean pathogens. Number two, and this is it, you have to help others around you, friends, family, and strangers, to go free. We need to spread curative contagion as quickly as we can. That is all you have to do. The important thing is that you can do this. You can make change in your life and the lives of those around you. You can be that finger that touches them, that then is all the push that they need to end up headed in the direction of going free and finally on the rails to their salvation. There's nothing that you can do in this context to recapture our destiny. We have to increase our numbers. We have, in a way, now again, this is a curative contagion, proof of concept many hundreds, thousands of times over now. This is not teaching another nationalism. This is not teaching another political party. This is something that is treating the infections in our people, and they are going free as a consequence. And just as I said, proof of concept, they're able to teach others. You can learn these things and do it yourself, and you can touch somebody else with this curative contagion, and they then become healed, and they can touch the next person. And it spreads like any other contagion, this one being a curative contagion. The societal context is not static forever. Things are going to change. This event horizon we talk about is approaching. We're seeing the fissures. Now, the light, as it approaches the event horizon, begins to stretch. We can see the signs of that limb that we cannot see beyond. That means it's coming. Other things are coming that we can't even foresee. Many things we can't foresee. And if we get our numbers large enough, our liquidity large enough, our power and intelligence large enough, we then can influence that context. We can put our shoulders into it and push it into a direction that will open up opportunities for us that we cannot fathom. We cannot fathom today. And when those opportunities open up for us, we have to have the numbers, the power, the liquidity, the unity, etc. available to us to rush through those fissures. So that is what we need to do today. Don't worry about retaking governments. Don't worry about voting the next nationalist hero into office who's going to make it all better. It's not happening. Don't worry about building the bunker. Don't worry about being the craven. Don't worry about any of these other things. Spread going free and spread it as fast as you can. You focus on those other things that are useless and have all failed, and you're going to get depressed, and then you are going to check out, and you're going to stop participating because you cannot retake these things. You cannot achieve those goals. You can do this. Every success will lead to another success. Every small success in going free for yourself and helping those around you will give you energy, momentum, and confidence for the next greater goal. Do you see how this works? You get on to the next goal and the next positive step, and that next hill is covered. And then you can finally look back and see how far you've come. And that will give the wind in your sails to take the next peak. And when that opportunity comes, history will look back on us and say, they were there to be able to do it. How lucky are we, ladies and gentlemen? How lucky are we to live in the pages of somebody's history book yet to be written? We are the heroes in those pages of our historians yet to be born, with ink that they are yet to write with. How lucky are we to be those characters in that story? Don't miss your opportunity because you're focused on something that's trivial and meaningless. Be that painting on the wall in that museum. Be that name handed down through the family line. Great-grandfather 7 times back, great-grandmother 5 times back. She was there on that day when they talk about it in the history book, when that fissure opened up for the first time and they had an opportunity to recapture our destiny, and they rushed through like the waters of a mighty river. She was there that day. And that's why her name has passed down through all of these generations. Thank you very much for the question. And that kind super chat, indeed, Icelandic dollars. Thank you very much. I'd love to visit Iceland, get a Going Free group together in Iceland, get means together. I will fly right up there, freeze my ass off, and we will spread Going Free together. Super chatting $6. Thank you very much, dear friend. Another great participant in Service to the Right Well-Being. Your passion for our people's well-being is inspiring, Jason. Thank you, brother. I'm inspired by all of you. I can feel that energy going around. There's something in the next phases of going free, as our community continues to grow, and as we're able to come together in these little pockets all around the world, there is something that is yet for me to reveal. There's going to be a great power that comes about from this sort of unity that scientific instruments may or may not be able to measure just yet. And we will visit and organize those things and make them happen as we move forward. Very exciting times, both for the individual and the community. I can assure you, things that you don't think are humanly possible.
Apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage, it's built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So standing proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It's Sunday, so you know we will have our home again, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you flip the chat over to live chat or all chat so that you can see everything that everybody is writing. Let me know if you can hear me okay as we are rolling into Sunday, going free. It's time. Feature stories: how to fix the murder of Austin Metcalf. Orania to be destroyed by South Africa. Audrey Hale. And we have Musk saying that people are the country? Well, that's interesting. We'll have a look at that. We have the great OT leader, Biospirit of the West, swashing through today, and so much more. The go-free lesson of the day is the effects on white children, the effects on white children of anti-whiteism. Your comments and questions, and then there is this. Many years ago, Brant Danger's grandfather took him to a restaurant. Baby Brant asked if he could say grace. As everyone bowed their heads, Baby Brant said, "God is good, God is great. Thank you for the food, and I would even thank you more if Grandpa could get us some ice cream for dessert. And liberty and justice for all. Amen." Along with the laughter from the other customers nearby, Brant's grandfather heard a woman remark, "That's what's wrong with this country. Kids today, they don't even know how to pray. Asking God for ice cream. Why, I never." Hearing this, Baby Brant burst into tears and asked his grandfather, "Did I do it wrong? Is God mad at me?" As Brant's grandfather assured him that he had done a terrific job, and God was most certainly happy with him, an elderly gentleman approached the table. He winked at Baby Brant and said, "I happen to know that God thought that was a great prayer." "Really?" Baby Brant asked. "Cross my heart," the man replied. Then, in a theatrical whisper, he added, while pointing at the woman whose remarks had started this whole thing, "Too bad she never asks God for ice cream. Little ice cream is good for the soul sometimes." Naturally, Brant's grandfather bought ice cream at the end of the meal. Baby Brant stared at his for a moment, and then did something Brant's grandfather remembered for the rest of his life. Baby Brant picked up his sundae and, without a word, walked over and placed it in front of the old woman. With a big smile, he told her, "Here, this is for you. Shove it up your ass, you grouchy old bitch." Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going free. It is a glorious Sunday evening, Monday morning in the great state of Virginia. Let me know that you can hear me. Otherwise, I have no way of knowing whether you can hear me or not. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia. It should be 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And we are across from Mordor on the Potomac. Mordor on the Potomac, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me just fine. We hear you, says the great Corey is with us. God bless you, brother. How about that, Baby Brant? You knew that's what he was like. You knew that's exactly what Baby Brant, a story that Brant's grandfather told a million more times over the course of his life. A million, at least, ladies and gentlemen. It is splendid. It is still spring. It is rocking. The sun is out. The clouds are flying, the flowers are out, and the trees are blooming, and the pollen is in the air, but it's a glorious thing. It is so wonderful to be here with you today. We got some heavy subject matter that we're going to go over, and I'm going to try to not get vociferous, volcanic, explosive. As a consequence, we're going to try to have some fun. We're going to try to be fun again, even though it is some heavy subject matter that recurs. And the managed alternative media getting all of the views out there. But we have the answers. That's what matters, right? It is, as I say, it is a glorious Sunday evening, Monday morning. Where are you on planet Earth? And what is the time where you are? How high is the sun in the sky? or the moon or the stars. A stelliferous night, it always is, in service to white well-being. We, of course, are in service to white well-being. This is the foundation for whitewellbeing.org, the foundation for whitewellbeing.org, the only foundation serving the well-being of the white race, focused on us, focused on our people, achieving great and glorious things in service to our people with the Go Free dialogic, the lexical legerdemain that enables us to capture the high ground. And that is the moral matrix on which all things are possible in service to white. Whatever you think needs to be done cannot be done until we win the moral plane. That's why we've been losing. And that on that moral plane is where we will win this fight, recapturing our destiny, one person at a time, retrieving the welfare of our people. I've mentioned the foundation for whitewellbeing.org. If you would like to donate to that 501c3, you could think of it as the white positive entity, similar to the ADL for the Jews, but for the white race. You can think of it as AIPAC for the Jews, but for the white race. You can think of it as the NAACP for the blacks, but for the white race. You can head on over there. Please indicate yours truly as the destiny of those funds so that I can continue to bring to you the power that we bring every Sunday and Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesdays, and 7:30-ish on Eastern Standard Time on Wednesdays. We get together for a roll-in. This is the great Sunday gathering, ladies and gentlemen, where the whole of the white race should turn up so that we can together reclaim at an expedited rate our destiny from the hands of our victimizers. God bless every single one of you for being here. Where are you? Where are you on planet Earth? I want to know. What time is it? What are you doing with no white guilt, ladies and gents? Glorious. It's a wonderful thing to be here. Head on over to the foundation for whitewellbeing.org if you would like to donate. As I said, you can also head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab. You'll see a link to our foundation. You'll also see the other options you have, these for financial gifting to yours truly, some of which I'm about to name, and I will be reading over the course of the gathering the financial gifts that come in by way of those platforms. Damn the debanking. They can't keep us down. They absolutely can't keep us down. To financially gift and have your comment or question read for sure, you can head on over to the Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy. You can financially gift there. I'll see it. I'll even put it up on the screen here for everyone to see. And you get different colors for different sizes of financial gifts over there on Entropy. So we'll be having a look at that in just a little while. You can also chat over there on the Tall Kevin chat widget. It's a glorious thing. You can financially gift on Premium Rumble. It is on the monitors over to my left, your right. And I will read what you have to say there. Be keeping a close eye on Premium Rumble if you decide to tag me over there as No White Guilt for any comments or questions as well. You can financially gift on DLive in their cryptocurrency. You can financially gift on Odyssey in their cryptocurrency. I'm motioning this direction because not only is there a house of beavers and animals over there watching as well as we gather, because all of nature comes to watch the hierarch of the West. Totally based, totally skibbity, Riz, deep Riz over here. But the monitors are over there as well, some of them, and I'll be watching over there. Odyssey, still their cryptocurrency library tokens for now, but they're going to be hooking up another platform, and we'll be able to take cash donations over there at some point and get cash gifts in the future. On the app on which you can financially gift cash, I will be watching over here to my right, your left, as well as Subscribe Star. And it's great that so many of the heroes have shown up. I'm seeing them now. I want you to take an opportunity, since we are so unbelievably, crushed with the censorship, the deboosting. What is the one thing, and I'm going to be tweeting about this probably when we're done here today. What is the biggest taboo in Western civilization? Socio-political taboo. What is it? What is it? Many out there would claim, and they would be wrong, that it is talking negatively about Jews. No, you're able to do that. You're in fact boosted on Twitter if you do that. The one biggest of all taboo, Brobdingnagian, the biggest taboo of all is white peoplehood, because peoplehood is power. It is the ultimate power in a community of human beings. Peoplehood, identity. That is the taboo. That is what the system shuts down. That is why there's so much effort to keep us in the periphery and ignore all of the colossal successes that we have here in service to white well-being. So I need you to participate, and it's a form of swashing, my friends, to give a like on every platform that you're watching this on, to give a share on every platform, to give a tweet, to give a retweet, to give a quote tweet, to give a comment underneath. And I can already see that the stream is functioning beautifully over there on Twitter X. They're shutting us down over there, ladies and gentlemen, deep deboosting. I'll be keeping my eye on the live chat over there, primarily on Twitter X, and I'll put your comment on the screen if it is something worth putting on the screen. Also be keeping a close eye on Premium Rumble and YouTube. I'll be keeping an eye on YouTube's. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt with your comments or questions. We got a couple of big things we're going to be talking about here today, and I want to get into it with all of you. So I'm going to want your thoughts. I'm going to want your input. This is about learning. This is about coming together, creating a people out of a deracinated race. Who are we going to be talking about first? We're going to be talking about Audrey Hale. Do you remember that anti-white POS? Do you remember her? We're going to be talking about her because the police department just very quietly released her manifesto. Oh, but they're not calling it a manifesto. It's not just a manifesto. It's just journaling. It just happens to be like 20 different journals that are a manifesto. Written journal, physical written journals. There are also digital written or typed out journals as well, and a handful of videos ranging from a couple seconds to many minutes, over which she is giving her manifesto, why she's doing it, what she wants everyone to think. And if you remember correctly, we had from Louder with Crowder, a couple of the documents were released right out of the manifesto. That's all we're ever going to see. And we're going to be getting into that in just a moment. And I will tell you why it is all we're ever going to be able to see. Part of that is keeping us blind as selfish individualists so we don't come together as a victimized people. Victimized individually because the group to which we belong is victimized. Audrey Hale, totally doesn't matter whatsoever that she was trans, or was she trans, or did she think she was a guy, or was she wanting to present herself? Totally irrelevant. What matters is that she was anti-white, but the cucks will tell you otherwise. It's part of keeping you selfish individuals, because selfish individualism is the surest path to our perdition. Ladies and gentlemen, the very first thing I want to say as we get started here today is next Sunday, I'm not here. And I'm going to be reminding everybody a little bit later on in our gathering. There is no gathering this coming Sunday. No gathering this coming Sunday unless something wild changes that's unexpected, because I will be in Tennessee at Yiz the Unifier's picnic. Are you going to be there? You're going to be missing out. I will be there, so there will be no gathering this coming Sunday, but I will probably go live, as I have before, directly from the picnic. You remember the first time I went live there? YouTube intervened and deleted the broadcast immediately as soon as it was done. But I will probably go live right from the picnic, share with you how glorious it is, how delicious, delectable the food is, but no Sunday gathering. So don't show up here and say, what's going on? Why is there no Sunday? What happened? It's because I will be on the road, rolling down the road. I will remind everybody about that as we get into the gathering a little bit later. Let's go ahead and prop up on the screen this. And where does it put me in relation? Okay. StreamYard's been doing some interesting things about where it places me on the screen lately. Covenant School trans shooter plotted Nashville attack for years. Kept notebooks with plans. Final report. We are going to be talking, of course, about Austin Metcalf. And that's going to be the next item that we cover here today. Austin Metcalf, murdered by Carmelo Anthony. And that's going to be the biggest item that we get into over the course of the gathering today. I guess Orania on the verge of being obliterated by South Africa, kind of a big story as well. We'll be getting into that. And did I warn you? Did I warn you? But first, into this anti-white POS. Covenant School trans shooter plotted Nashville attack, as I say, for years. Let's talk about Audrey Hale for a second. What exactly happened? Of course, she went into this Christian preschool and gunned down a bunch of white people. One non-white guy was also killed, a janitor. And that was, I'm sure, an accident. She didn't want to kill any black people. And she made that evident, apparently, in these, as reports are showing. And I yield to reports that come out subsequently. And I encourage you to go get information elsewhere on what happened and what is happening in this developing story, as is the case with the other two that we will be stepping into a little bit later. So review for yourself. I'm sharing with you what I have right now. Audrey Hale kept multiple journals about her motives, but no highly anticipated manifesto. So the police are literally saying, don't call it a manifesto. Is this going to give us some commercials? Probably. I don't know how much there is actually there to show or not, but Fox News, Nashville police have released their final report on the Covenant School massacre, a targeted March 2023 attack.
And the executive director of the National Association of School Resource Officers, Mark Kennedy. Gentlemen, thank you both for coming on. Joshua, to you first. I'm just kind of talking to Jonathan about that manifesto because it's got to have some key information in there. You do this. You know, what do you believe might have been inside that manifesto that police can glean about what the motive might have been?
Gee, what might the motive have been? I wonder.
So, Trace, I think the manifesto is going to shed a lot into this person's mindset, but they're also going to be matching it up with their social media, interviews they're doing with family, friends, coworkers, and really looking at the totality of this person's life and what drove them to this violent behavior.
Yeah, it's interesting too, Mo, because you look at the video that we are just seeing for the first time, and we were told earlier that this person had detailed maps of the school, went to school there, had detailed maps of the school, but ended up having to blow open a side door, shoot open a side door, and break in the glass to get inside. What do you make of the different mistakes we've seen in the reporting all day?
One of the big things I want to point out, I don't know if they're going to talk about it here or not, is that the system the school had in place, a sophisticated system to deal with a psychopathic anti-white terrorist coming into the school and killing all of the white little kiddies that are there, and doors that lock down, blackout windows, and all kinds of other systems. Well, what ended up happening was, and Audrey, I don't think knew this, she set a fire in there that set off the fire alarm, and then all the doors unlocked. Everybody in the school thought it was a fire drill, even though she had shot her way into the place, shooting right through the doors, glass window around the doors. And they all filed out to get murdered. So how do you get around that? You are not going to get around anti-white terrorists going to our schools and murdering our children by taking away our right to self-defense, by turning our schools into heavily armed redoubts, all of the arming the teacher and all that. And I'm not saying that teachers shouldn't be armed. I'm just saying you're not going to fix this way. The only way this is going to be fixed is by dealing with the anti-whiteism that has white erased and continues to white erase our norms, in every conceivable way, including whether or not a person who is psychotic should be in a mental institution, locked down, not given drugs, and allowed to stay in society with us. Our norm is that we lock our psychotic people away so that they can only hurt themselves, not the rest of society. If they're going to hurt anybody, it's got to be themselves. Audrey Hale, before she got out there and murdered these children with a hail of bullets, she had been undergoing psychiatric treatment for years, according to the reporting, for depression, for homicidal thoughts. I don't know if suicide was in there, but she was crazy as they come. But what was, as we see Trace here asking, what was her motivation? Why did she go? Why did she decide to do this? Well, we're going to take a look in just a moment. We'll put up on the screen what motivated this little monster. And in the pages that were leaked, that the police of chief in this town revealed were indeed the real pages. It's more than a little heavy implication there. She talks about the effing little blonde kids. She talks about, calls white people crackers, and she wants to wipe the smiles off their faces. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to see any more of the manifesto. Now, how is it that this is the longest manifesto in 3 different forms that you're not going to see? Well, this ties directly in to the murder, the senseless, monstrous, bestial murder of Austin Metcalf, and the way Jeff Metcalf, his father, and even Megan and Hunter Metcalf, their responses to what happens when, as white people, we are butchered, we are victimized. We're going to be talking about CRS, but CRS is like just the conspiracy, two-dimensional. It's happening, but it's the two-dimensional thinking. It's the rank midwit slop thinking that doesn't get down to the heart of the problem, which is what we do here, which is why we have the successes we have. So this goes directly to that. If you do not address the anti-whiteism, if you do not roll back as a consequence the white erasure of our norms, if you do not, the mass murders at our schools and anywhere else that anti-white mass murderers can access us will continue. No amount of taking away our right to self-defense, no amount of taking away your right to self-defense or your right to self-defense, no amount of that is going to stop this terrorism, anti-white terrorism. No amount of armoring the schools is going to end the anti-white terrorism. The anti-white terrorists are compelled, like robot demons, to carry out attacks on white people. How do we know, aside from the fact that she said the crackers are going to get it, the blonde kids are going to get it, etc.? How do we know? Well, Audrey apparently, according to reports on many stories that I am reading about this, said that what the police are willing to share, and why aren't they willing to share more? Anti-whiteism. They're not willing to share more because it indicates that the white race is targeted as a people. And targeting as a people and us being aware of that makes each of us more inclined to endeavor to achieve individual well-being by way of group well-being. And my friends, that is the definition. That is the solution to our problem. It is the definition of peoplehood. It is what every other group of people does magnificently well, and the white race terribly. And we are prevented, we are stymied by countless individuals and versions of arguments to prevent us from achieving that. But that's what we have to achieve if we are going to end mass shootings or senseless stabbings or even the eradication of Orania. So she said, according to law enforcement, what they're willing to reveal is that the time at this Covenant school was the best part of her entire life. She had nothing but wonderful things to say about her time at this elementary school. It was blissful. It was beautiful. Literally, according to police, in her manifesto that came by way of 3 different forms, that it was the best period of her entire life. The worst period of her entire life was her middle school, Criswell Middle School, which was almost entirely black, where she was bullied. Why was she bullied? Why was she intimidated? Why was she harassed? Because she's white. Because she's white. And we live in an anti-white narrative. We live in the soup of individuals who grow up with this understanding that the white race is evil based upon our birth. Why was Audrey even confused about whether or not she wanted to identify as a female or a male? Escapism, white flighting from her white identity. I wonder how Audrey Hale would have turned out. Since this preschool was the best part of her life, I wonder how she would have turned out if instead of this nursery room preschool where she grew up and was coddled and was taken care of, instead of learning at that nursery room, in that nursery room, that she is a part of an evil people, that she has an evil seed inside of her that she can never escape, that she would only want death upon herself so that she could escape it. I wonder what kind of life she would have led. I wonder if she would have been as unhinged. I wonder if she would have been as crazy. I wonder if she would have grown up to be a wonderful mother if she had been taught that she was from a glorious people that achieved magnificent things for many around the world, the envy of the world. What would have happened to Audrey Hale had she been taught that? What then about her victims? All of them, including the black guy, living today, living out their lives, but especially those children, living out their lives, experiencing the totality of the beauty and the sadness and the challenges and the achievements of life. What would have happened for them? All gone because of what? Anti-whiteism, not transgenderism. This notion that the cucks keep putting in your face. And somehow I look across YouTube and folks, a lever has been thrown to undermine the resistance to anti-whiteism, to undermine the resistance to our victimizers. I can tell you this with as the certainty that I'm sitting here before you right now. May God strike me dead, because all across the internet, suddenly cucks are able to attack and mock and group all transgender people together and say that all transgender people are crazy, and all of, irrespective of your opinions of that, YouTube is an environment where just prior to now, to say anything negative. In fact, I got last year a strike because I conflated, without intentionally interrupting myself, I inadvertently conflated that child molestation by way of transgenders is evil and demonic and etc. I got a strike for that. So much so, after my conversation with YouTube, going back and forth with two different people at YouTube, that I've had to come to you and say that not all child molesters are evil people. Not all child rapists are awful people. That is the pressure on white identity, on white peoplehood. But suddenly now, the cucks are out there on YouTube and they're able to attack transgenders. They're able to mock them. They're able to ridicule them as all evil. Nothing's happening to their accounts except their follower accounts are going up. People can hear what they're feeling, that there's a lot of insanity, and they want to hear people say bad things about people who are acting crazy and murdering people at schools. You know what else? To throw a little bit of more fuel on the fire of that reality, people talking about, and we're going to be getting to the story shortly here, about Austin Metcalf's murder, another young white man murdered by a senseless anti-white black terrorist. We're going to be talking about that. But people are out there now on YouTube, cucks, and these anti-Jew spurgs on YouTube out there. And one of them the other day, I don't know exactly where she falls, but you probably heard of her, the comedian Leonarda. She made a video within hours, already had 20,000 views, with people in the comments saying she was an international treasure. Good for her, more power to her, for people to be celebrating her that way. And what was she said? So what was she saying? She said on YouTube that all blacks are violent, that all blacks have low impulse control, that all blacks. If I were to assert something like that, it would, the stream would end. A switch has been flipped, ladies and gentlemen, and the bogus resistance to anti-whiteism is allowed to flow. They're going to allow you to resist. And this is what's really important to understand. It cannot be said enough. They will allow you to resist in ways that cannot work. What else did she say? She called all immigrants, non-white immigrants to Europe, she called them all third world mongrels. If I or Yiz or Fornull or any of us were to get on YouTube and refer to all of the non-white people entering Europe as third world mongrels, it would be over. The channel would be gone. But she is offering a path that is deleterious, that will lead to perdition. She also said during that stream that all Jews control all Ivy League colleges, that all the Ivy League colleges are just controlled by Jews, and that is a negative thing. If I or anybody else talking about whites becoming a people said something like that, gone before the words left my mouth. But she's over there. Now, why is she allowed to say it? She tells you that declare yourself as a racist. Tell everyone in your life that you are a racist, that being a racist is the proper path, that being all of this, no wonder across the board. This is what you are allowed to hear on YouTube now, and views are going through the roof. Obviously being recommended to me when I'm not following the channels, recommended to me one after the other. I mean, the quartering Jeremy, what's his last name? Wembley, what is his last name? He's over there reading crime data about black people. When has the truth ever been a defense? In fact, over 20 years ago, Canadian courts ruled that truth was not a defense for breaching the precepts of anti-whiteism. You cannot be a heretic to anti-whiteism and then show crime data and say, you're fine, it's good, it's all good. You're sharing the truth. Nothing happening. His video's not gone. The channel's not gone. If I got on here and went down the crime data with all of you, gone before I started talking. So what's happening here? You're not going to see the manifesto of Audrey Hale because a judge has declared that the copyright for the manifesto, again, 20 journals, whatever it is, videos, and digital journaling as well. So physical and digital journaling. You're not going to be able to see it because the copyright is owned by the families of the victims. You know what that means? No one can ever see it because all of the victims would have to agree that this person is going to be able to see them. This person is going to be able to produce and print and share this much of them. No way you're going to be able to get all of the different families of the victims to agree on any of that. The anti-whites knew exactly what they were doing. And it's not to protect transgenders. It is to prevent the white race from realizing that we as individuals are victimized because the group to which we belong is victimized. That is the most powerful revolutionary thought that can be shared in the modern West. That is the most powerful. I mean, you even have Donald Trump telling you certain classes of people, even being victimized in South Africa, even after we got him to say anti-whiteism is in America and it shouldn't be allowed either. Probably because he's just so arrogant that he decided he was going to be able to, they couldn't silence him, but they silenced him now. Now it's back to certain classes of people are being discriminated and he's not coming to their aid. Like I say, we're going to be talking about that in just a little bit. Audrey decided she wasn't going to go literally in her journaling, according to law enforcement. They put a different spin on it, and I'm going to tell you how they lie. That she was not going to go to her middle school, Criswell, where she was abused, where she was taunted, where she was humiliated, where she was pushed around, where she was. I mean, do we have to ask, did Audrey decide that she was going to identify as a male because of the sexual advances at this middle school by the black boys? Did she decide that she was, oh, no, you don't want me. You don't want me because I'm actually a guy. Did she decide that? I mean, how will we ever know? We're never going to know. She decided, though, she wasn't going to go to the black school because killing a bunch of blacks would be racist. You heard me right. The police revealing that she didn't want to go to the black school because if she killed black people, that would be racist. She literally weighed in her mind, kill the black people or kill the black children or kill the younger white children. And she went with the kill the younger white children. What is this story about? Anti-white terrorism. This is why it's not being allowed to be read and seen and gone through, because of those couple of pages, few pages that were leaked to Crowder, there's obviously much worse. What is the spin the police decided to put on it? She didn't do this for racial or political, socio-political reasons. No. Even though she was calling white people crackers and little blonde kids and etc., and said she wasn't going to go to Criswell because killing a bunch of blacks would be racist. Has nothing to do with race. It's just because she wanted to be popular. It's just because she wanted to be widely known. That was the motive. And no, you don't get to see the manifesto and the rest of what she wrote, but just trust the police. So just trust the police in the West today, okay? Just trust them. You had obviously one good law enforcement or somebody in the police department that leaked these to Crowder. I don't know if they were ever caught. Hopefully, God bless them that they weren't caught. Thank God they shared this, or no one would know the truth. Thank God. No, according to the police, according to the regime, according to the establishment, it's just because she wanted to be popular. Well, my friends, I'll tell you right now, there would be no bigger popularity than a white girl identifying as a guy blowing away a bunch of black kids. Oh, that would be global news. They would beam this directly to Alpha Centauri. If she had gone into a black school and mowed them all down with semi-automatic weapons. And she knew that. So if it had been popularity that this little monster, anti-white monster, wanted to achieve, it'd have been killing all the black kids. No, it wasn't popularity. It was because she had been made, as anti-whiteism does, with every single person in the West, makes every single person, whether white or non-white, into a weapon against the white race. And some of them, as they are weaponized against the white race, their victimization of whites is minor. The way maybe they don't hire you. Maybe they don't tell you what you need to know that would be beneficial to you because you're a white person. Maybe they don't, whatever it is. And maybe it goes up the line and maybe they've got a little bit more power and maybe they decide, well, I'm going to institute a policy at this company and white guys are not going to be able to get hired here anymore, a la IBM, a la et cetera, all of these different companies that we have reported on. That's a victimization. Make no mistake. Maybe it's at the fire department deciding no more white guys. We're going to take everybody else. That's a victimization. And sometimes when human animals are made into a weapon against the white race, sometimes they decide to rape us, gang rape us, bludgeon us, stab us in the heart in the stadium of a high school sporting event. Maybe they decide when they are weaponized against the white race to take a bunch of guns and blow away happy little blonde kids at school. The, quote, crackers, as she put it. Rather than highly anticipated manifesto, the report found the killer Audrey Hale left behind numerous notebooks, art books, and computer documents about her plans to commit the attack and gain notoriety. Hale, 28-year-old attacker. Remember when this first came out, everybody thought she was still quite young. Began fantasizing about researching mass shootings as far back as 2017. Well, go figure that somebody who decides, you know what, I'm going to just go to a school and I'm just going to blow a bunch of innocent people away. Go figure that they would look for how to in the stories of people who had already done it. This notion that conservatives want to give you, and we're going to be getting on to Austin Metcalf and the anti-white monster, Carmelo, I guess it is, in a moment. In this case, A manifesto doesn't exist. Don't call it a manifesto, even though it's specifically detailing all of her reasoning, all of her thinking, all of her planning, including backup plans and including plans about if her parents discovered that she was planning to blow away all the little white kids at her former elementary school, that she would immediately kill her parents and then carry out an attack at the nearest of the targets that she had identified as potential targets. That's not a manifesto. See, that's just musings by the psychotic they actually want you to believe this. But what's worse is that your conservative content creators want you to believe this. The anti-Jew spurging idiots want you to believe this. Instead, her motivations were scattered across those notebooks and other writings. Investigators found they included an image showing more than 24 notebooks. See, so I was saying 20. I was being conservative. It's over 24. They also said they contained a suicide note. Fuck if that's not a manifesto. In short, the motive determined over the course of the investigation was notoriety, close quote, according to the police. And it says here, according to investigators. Hale wanted people to remember her after her death, according to the document, and was partly inspired by books and documentaries on other school shooters. Most assuredly, she wanted things she left behind to be shared with the world so she could inspire and teach others like her to plan and commit an attack of their own. She wanted more anti-white terrorists to head to the Covenant Presbyterian Church schools across the West and kill them some little white kids. That's what she wanted. Let's have a look at a page. This is a page that was shared with Crowder, and you can see on this page that she uses the anti-white slur crackers several times, right up at the top. Kill those kids. Kill all you little crackers. You know what? If she had been saying, kill all you little Enners, beamed to Alpha Centauri, written in the sky, notoriety. It wasn't non-white people. And they probably only came to this conclusion that they were going to tell everybody, oh, it's just for the fame. That's why she was doing it, notoriety, because these pages had been leaked. Here you have, after these pages were leaked, in a press release, Metro Nashville Police Department Chief John Drake appears to confirm the authenticity of the leaked documents when he said, I am greatly disturbed by today's unauthorized release of 3 pages of writings from the Covenant shooter. Okay. That means they're real. The police department is extremely serious about the investigation to identify the person responsible. This action showed a total disregard for Covenant families, as well as the court system, which has control over the shooter's journals at the present time due to litigation filed earlier this year. It is now pending in Davidson County Court and the Tennessee Court of Appeals. We are not at liberty to release the journals until the courts rule. So, I am greatly disturbed by today's unauthorized release. Those are the real pages. That's what really motivated this little anti-white monster. And I will reiterate the thesis. You are not going to stop anti-white terrorist attacks on our schools by taking away my and your right to self-defense, or by arming the school to the teeth with guards and metal detectors and doors that lock and bulletproof windows. And what else could they end up? Secret Service standing out there with the little kids as they come and go. A fucking police state. By the way, I told you all long ago that as things get worse in the West, the regime, the anti-white regime, is not going to victimize non-white people for stabbing us in the heart or gang raping us or anything. They are just going to take away more and more of our liberties until there are none left in an effort to control a recalcitrant and violent population. They already have, I told you, well over a decade ago, they already have white papers on how to handle the Brazilification of the West. And it is not to punish the ne'er-do-wells, the malefactors. No, it is to lock us all down, to monitor everything we do and everything we go. And what are you going to hear from the other two forms of resistance? Well, it does on one end, and the other end is, no, my civil liberties shouldn't be taken away. It's unfair. Garbage. They have nothing for you. We have the answer. They have nothing. We're going to hit up some quick news, and in just a moment, then we're going to be getting into our main story today, Austin Metcalf and his murder by an anti-white black monster and everything that happened there. Let's roll into this. UK arrested a man in front of his wife who is battling stage 4 cancer because he posted on Facebook that he doesn't like seeing Palestinian flags. That's what he said. Arrested. What did I just say about the white papers and taking all your freedoms away, white man?
So fuck you. So fuck you. Say that. Take him. Disgusting. He's a disgusting.
There isn't an amount of victimization of our people, even with stage 4 cancer, even our elderly being forced to die by themselves in hospitals and we're not allowed to visit them. There is no amount of victimization of our people that will ever change this without addressing the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism, ladies and gentlemen. Here is another white family getting arrested for holding an opinion about whether or not the guy likes seeing his white British town now white erased and covered in Palestinian flags. There you have it again. Unfortunately, these white people haven't learned the go free stratagem, so they are there talking about abstractions, freedom of speech. This is what's become of democracy and all of this kind of Bravo Sierra that isn't going to lead us anywhere positive. A fleet of police out there. Are they putting a bag? They put a bag over his head. He said he didn't like Palestinian flags everywhere. They put a bag over his head. Farmers arrest. Now take a look at real white men, ladies and gentlemen, in America. Farmers arrest the sheriff for trying to evict a woman from her farm on behalf of an insurance company. Michigan, 1952. This is exempt property from seizure. This woman is a widow. No white men exist like that anymore. The few of them that are left are here right now. They arrested the sheriff. Who are they standing up for? Our people. One of our own, not an abstraction. This is how a people fights for themselves. This is how they see themselves. This is what the police department in Tennessee is preventing from people from arriving at in their thoughts, that we are victimized as individuals because we are victimized as a people. God bless these heroes in wherever their bodies lie. I want you to take a close look at these garbage human beings here, because it's going to have meaning for the story we're going to be covering in just a moment. First of all, take a look at the husband. I think it's the husband on the left. He's got more estrogen than the wife does. These two monsters adopted black kids. And of course, they're going to say here to use them as slaves. They were just horribly child abusing them. And as a consequence of horribly child abusing them, they got an appropriate punishment. A combo of 375 years in jail. Oh, you're going to tell me again how white people don't punish white people? Tell me again how the system goes easy on white people. 375 years. That's exactly what they should have gotten for abusing the children that they adopted. Pay attention to that. Pay attention to this. Here is an 8-year-old little white boy, 8 years old, who murdered 2 other children. How many years did he get in jail? 8 years old. Do you remember how many of these giant black anti-white, 250 pounds, but he's only 15, he's only 16, he's only 17, he's not an adult yet, even though he's 6'5" and is 250 pounds, and with his hands he can kill you and pull you apart. He's still a little baby. He still has to be coddled, the arguments we hear. 8-year-old little white boy found guilty of murder, 40 years in prison.
An 8-year-old boy was arrested for killing 2 of his classmates, and his sentencing left everyone in shock. Colton Dries, only 8 years old, found a box of blood pressure pills in his grandmother's nightstand. He crushed the pills into powder, mixed them with food, and gave it to 2 of his classmates. About half an hour later, Jim and Riles started foaming at the mouth. The teacher quickly called 911 when she realized something was wrong. Sadly, both boys went into kidney failure and died on the way to the hospital. An autopsy revealed that they had ingested a fatal dose of blood pressure medication. Authorities started investigating and eventually arrested Colton. Initially, the police thought it was just a tragic accident, a child making a mistake, unaware of the consequences. But Colton's confession shocked everyone. He admitted that he knew the medication would kill them and purposely gave it to Jim and Riles. In tears, Colton explained how he'd been bullied by Jim and Riles for years. They would beat him up.
So, no mercy. I just want you to pay attention to this. The law is applied to white people, especially white males. It is not applied to everybody else like it is to us. A 8-year-old child who was bullied and beaten and intimidated and frightened by 2 classmates, no mercy shown to him. White little boy.
The constant bullying eventually pushed Colton over the edge, leading to the deaths of the 2 boys. Colton's mother cried in court, pleading with the judge not to take her son away. Considering his age, the judge sentenced 8-year-old Colton to 40 years in prison.
40 years. Again, I wanted to share both of those stories because when white people go on trial, there is no mercy. There are no extenuating circumstances. Time and again, as I read the news, no mercy, no extenuating, even a fucking child who is beaten and bullied by classmates, 8 years old, 40 fucking years in jail. Pay attention to that the next time you hear about some 6-foot whatever and mauling and beating and killing, and you're going to be hearing that in a massive way about Carmelo Anthony, the murderer of Austin Metcalf. What a good boy he was. He's only 17. You can't try him as an adult. Do you remember not too long ago, was it Georgia or Tennessee, where the black female obliterated a white female, made her handicapped for the rest of her life, cracking her skull on the pavement, and even though she was 16, 17 years of age, patted on the wrist for putting this girl into a wheelchair and making her, when she can walk, hobble around for the rest of her life as a handicapped person. Patted on the wrist. Remember that. She outweighed her by over 100 pounds. This is how they treat white people. Ireland grants refugees and asylum seekers the right to vote. The West is falling. The West is falling. Ignore everyone who is going to recommend any path other than the Go Free stratagem. The other paths have led us to this.
motorized scooters, dwindling travelers in the middle of rush hour on the Dan Ryan Expressway.
We didn't see anyone police nearby, so that made us even more nervous.
We caught them demanding $40 in cash in order to pass.
They don't let you turn right unless you pay them the money.
It's kind of an extortion in a way.
Ryan Colley and his wife Jackie were heading to a Chicago White Sox game when they were surrounded.
I just remember he went around to my side of the vehicle, and he was swearing at Ryan because Ryan said no. And then at that point, he started swearing really loudly, and then...
Look at how she's like laughing about this. Hey, the next time, they're going to pull you out of the car. They'll reach into the car. They'll fondle your breasts. And then what can you do? This is your new America. All of the other strategies in place for generations. Keep implementing those if you want more of this and you want it getting worse. I think we have one more, I think it's our good friend Rachel Dolezal. She has a cameo. Nope, we're not there yet. This is even scarier. Final piece of news before Rachel. This is even scarier. A woman, non-white woman, who was in the legislature in the Netherlands is asked about what is her greatest fear relative to terrorism.
What is the terrorist event scenario that really keeps you up at night? Not just because of the event itself, but the implications.
The fall of Europe. It's the fall of Europe. It's the fall of the United Kingdom is on the brink.
So I want you to think about this real quickly, because there are good non-white people in Western countries, and they want to participate, and they want to contribute, and they want to adhere to our norms. They want the civil liberties. They want the civility. They want the law and order. They want what white people create, Western civilization. And we're going to be talking about that in a big way when we get to Orania, because Orania encapsulates the totality of the experience of the white race relative to the rest of the world. You're not going to want to miss that. Stick around. Here you have a non-white person who is saying right now, it is a consequence of anti-whiteism that she was able to serve in our government. She should not be allowed to serve in our government. It is a consequence of anti-whiteism that she is in our government. And what is she saying is the greatest fear? And it is what is the fall of Europe? What does that mean? The fall of Westernkind, the fall of the Westmen, the fall of the white man and woman, the fall meaning that we are no longer in charge, that our norms are no longer in charge, that we can no longer enforce our norms and therefore make the West Western, make the West us. It will stop. What she's saying is her greatest fear is that the West won't be the West anymore.
The government of Sweden, the Prime Minister said a few weeks ago that he has lost control of the monopoly of violence. His government has lost control of the monopoly of violence. He was very honest, but I think in many ways that's where Germany is at, where France is at. And those countries falling like domino effects, that is my nightmare. And they have done that through settlement, through infiltration in their institutions, including political parties, so that the government in office today, the Labour government, has done more to accommodate in the last 8 months than anything else. And that is my nightmare, that the West starts to fall apart.
What if...
Yeah, I mean, clear as can be. Let's hear the cameo from, remember old Rachel? She white erased and decided to start calling herself a black woman. She didn't want to be white. She's doing cameos now. Let's listen to this cameo.
Hi, this is Rachel Dolezal, sending congratulations to the 13% crew for hitting 55% this year. When 13% of the company does 55% of the work, you deserve recognition. But truth be told, it's really more like 6%. So you know who you are. Congratulations on your success. And this message is from your regional manager.
Yeah, baby. With 6 to 55%.
Your eyes, it's not the same. A voice in your head whispering my name, but it's not your voice. No, it's something else, something colder than the past we held. I I tried to reach you, but you turned away. The words were there, but I let them stay silent on my tongue. Now it's too late. You're walking a path that I can't take. The devil has you in his grip. Anti-white poison on your lips. I could have stopped it, I could have tried. Now I'm just watching you say goodbye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be getting into our main item here today, which, of course, is the murder of Austin Metcalf in Frisco, Texas. I'll be telling you all about that in just a moment. The biggest item today is being talked about across all of the social media. And then we will be diving into the destruction of Orania and how President Trump is not meeting with the representatives of Orania, who are now begging for recognition as a separate state to prevent themselves from being obliterated, white erased. And who knows what they'll do with that population.
You're not the girl I used to know. You're fading into
Let me say hello to a couple of you as we're getting ready to get into this. Make sure that you give a like across the platform, give a share, give a tweet, give a retweet, give a quote tweet. Landon or Fake is over there dominating Premium Rumble. Great to see you, brother. Champion's over here on Twitter Live. Dallas Malloy is here. Hello and welcome. Golden Free Gathering is the best and most educational. There's Ivan Jihad of Antiwhite Anti-Vilification League is here. Sharing the stream. Thank you. Share to all of these influencers out there. Love our white well-being community. Go free. That, of course, music was Anglo-Saxon NWG. God bless you, brother, for the tunes that you continue to produce. Daughter of Eve, ladies and gentlemen. Hello to Daughter of Eve over there on Twitter Live. Tree Godfather is with us. Frisco is 20-ish minutes due west of the Tree Godfather by air. Wow. Wild. Arden White is with us. Hello and welcome. Linda Hunter is here. Cara Bear is here. Mechanical Bliss. Hello. Is that what that says? Yes. St. Andrew. Eva is here. Masume. Tom was the first one here today. Tom, we have some AI music and we have some music by flesh and blood content creators right in this community, creating epic tunes for white well-being, and we'll be playing one of those as well a little bit later today. Proud citizen of Western civilization. I could never imagine the world without Westernkind. I'm proud to be part of this group of wonderful people dedicated to the well-being of Westernkind and Western civilization. God bless you. Good to see you here. Jay Bishop is here. Misty is here. Nexus is here. Winged Productions is here. Goofus is here. Samuski. Good to see you. Nameless One. The great Brand Danger is in the house. Dean Danger, champion and hero. Davids is here. Anonymous. Hello and welcome. We have many anonymouses in this community. And we have, who else? Corey, of course. Thank you, Corey. Good to see you. Dennis says, having no white guilt at work again tonight. God bless you for that. Stumbling is here. Speed runner as I race through the crowd of doers, of champions, of agents of change. Samuski, all this and much more is the only evidence needed to demonstrate what's coming for Westernkind if we do not become a people within the next 4 years. Just my prediction. God bless you and great to see you here. Last Pilgrim's Journey is here. Ebola. Non-infectious Ebola is here. Hello and welcome. The Westman, yes, the Unifier, is in the house. I was going to ask you if you caught wind of Leonarda Joni. I'll say this. Her stand-up is better than most females. Yeah, she is definitely funnier than by far. I mean, most females, let's just be real. They can't tell a joke to save their lives. I've seen so much on social media about the fencer who refused to compete with a trans, says stumbling. Yes. I saw that too. Went down to a knee. Audrey's delusions and mental problems were exacerbated and weaponized by the anti-white narrative. And that's Yiz, the unifier. And she can really speak authoritatively. She worked as a professional in these environments. She can really speak. Machiavellius sucks is in the house. McKinley is here. Hello and welcome to you all. All right, let's get into this. Tag me as No White Guilt across these platforms. And remember to give it a like and give it a share so we can reach as many people and save as many people as possible. You never know. Time is running out. The point of no return is rapidly approaching. And you can see right here, this legislator saying in Europe, saying her greatest fear, it's imminent, and it is the fall of the white race. So everything, every defense that we've been using is useless. So you just know, useless. Get rid of it immediately. Even the rankest midwit slop out there should understand that everything that we've tried so far has gotten us to this point. It's got to get rid of it. Dallas says, this is incredible. Thank you with praying hands. Thank you so much and good to see you. Thank you for being here. All right. What happened the other day? Have you heard about Austin Metcalf, the 16 or 17-year-old? There are some reports saying he's 16, some reports saying he's 17 in Frisco, Texas, just the other day. There are a lot of important things to talk about here, and we have the remedy to prevent this from continuing. You could get together, you could talk about how it sucks, how it's upsetting, how you could talk negatively, as many content creators are allowed to now, even on YouTube. You could say, as those content creators are saying, all the blacks are violent. You could say, stay away from the blacks. Now, they can all say that on YouTube. Is that valuable? They could all say, it's the dues. They could all say that. Has that worked so far? Has that ended the victimization of our people? Your son's next. So there are a couple of really important things to talk about here, and I want to try to stay relatively calm about it. I think the very first thing, I guess, just to say the crux of it, Austin Metcalf was murdered by Carmelo Anthony. And so nowhere else have I seen what should be done immediately, and that is a request for prayers and positive energy to be sent to the loved ones and friends of Austin Metcalf. And briefly, a moment of silence for the murder of another white young man. All right. Thank you. What happened was Austin, who was Austin Metcalf? Well, he was the twin brother of Hunter Metcalf. They lived down in Texas. He was a star athlete. Austin was. He was the MVP of the football team. He had a GPA of 4.0. He wanted to go on and do great things. He was also a Christian, expected to go on into the world and do great things in life. And that is no longer possible. He was at a track meet where I think there was some crazy number of students, like 1,000 students. Many schools were at a big, beautiful stadium in Texas, as they are wont to build. And they were at a track meet. And a Carmelo Anthony, a black, also football player for a different school, a black 17-year-old, skipped school and went to this track meet. So he obviously was not permitted to even be there. He had to skip school. So he skipped school, went to the track meet, and then while at the track meet, decided he was going to pull a power move. He was going to pull a dominance move. Nobody else is talking about this. They're just saying, well, he sat under the wrong tent. He sat under, it was an accidental. Of course, the anti-whites are going to say, what, is he not allowed to sit in the front of the bus? No. This little monster, anti-white terrorist monster, decided he was going to pull a domination move. And he went and found the rival school's tent. Now you say tent. What are you talking about, Jason? You'll see in a moment. I'll show you some of the footage. The students put up tents in the stadium so that rain or shine, they can get out of the sun, they can get out of the rain, they can get out of the drizzle. And I believe it was drizzling at the specific moment. Each school's students sit underneath their own tents on the stands. That's the norm. Carmelo wanted to dominate the rival school. And he went intentionally and planted his ass under this tent. At least that's my opinion. All right? Because even though Leonardo can call all non-white people third world mongrels and blame everything on Jews on YouTube, I can't even come close to saying anything like that without getting a strike and having the channel taken away. She's going to tell you to be a racist. And that will, of course, actually ruin your life. It's my opinion that he didn't accidentally choose the wrong tent. It's my opinion that he wasn't just trying to save himself from getting a little bit of water on him. All of these things are preposterous. It's my opinion from a life of experience, especially in athletics, that Carmelo was pulling this dominance move, going and sitting in the reserved space for a rival school. So he plopped himself down there. A kid who has a history of being suspended for bringing knives to school. Good boy. Real good boy. Suspended for bringing knives to school. Plops himself down under the rival school's tent. Students under the tent said, "You're not in the right place. Who are you? Why are you here?" If he were just trying to get out of the rain, if he were just trying to get out of the sun, he would say, "I'm sorry, man. My name is Carmelo. I'm sorry. I came up. I wanted to watch the track. Is it all right if I sit here? I don't mean any, I'm not trying to start anything. Can I get out of the rain or get out of the sun for a minute?" That's what he would have said. No, he said, "Make me move." Make me move is what's being reported that Carmelo said to them. So the rival school, the football player from a rival school, skipping school to be at the track meet, a history of being suspended for bringing knives to school, sits under the rival school's tent and says, "Make me move." They say again, apparently, "This isn't where you're supposed to be. Get out of here." Unfortunately, Anthony Metcalf was present. And he decided that he was going to enter the conversation, enter the argument. There may have been a grappling. Not much is being reported on exactly. A very brief. It happened this fast. So it could have been that as soon as Anthony stepped up to Carmelo, Carmelo pulls a knife, the kid with the history of being suspended for bringing knives to school, and shoves the knife into Anthony's chest, and it goes between his ribs and hits his heart. And Anthony falls to the ground on the bleachers. And before a full second is passed, Hunter, his twin brother, has him in his arms and is pressing on the wound, but it's not going to help. Because literally, his twin brother has his heart pierced and within moments dies in his arms. Carmelo runs from the scene with the murder weapon and the backpack that he brought, and he's captured by the police. And the police get on the radio and they say, we have the suspect in custody. And Carmelo, it's reported that he yelled, I'm no suspect, I did it. Carmelo says, I did it. You got the right guy. What happens after that? Well, there's a lot to explore about what happens after that. Let's have a look at some of the footage.
Where police say that a student was stabbed to death by another student. 17-year-old Austin Metcalf's father says the dispute started over a seat in the stadium. Meredith Yeomans has his heartbreaking interview and how Metcalf is being remembered tonight.
I feel like it was senseless. This shouldn't have happened.
From a packed prayer vigil at Hope Fellowship Church to the home of the victim's family.
I will never be the same.
Tonight, friends and relatives of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf are leaning on faith.
I can't really understand everything, but I just believe in God and my faith will get us all through this.
Jeff Metcalf is father to Austin and Hunter Metcalf, brothers who were both at the track meet where today's tragedy happened.
They were twins, identical twins, and his brother was holding on to him.
So you could see the tents there where Austin, thank you, was seated, and Carmelo, whose last name is Anthony, came over and murdered him.
Trying to make it stop bleeding. And he died in his brother's arms.
The horrific outcome unfolding at Kirkendall Stadium around 10 this morning. It started, Metcalf says, when a student from another school was told he was sitting in the wrong place.
I want you to look at that scene right there. This guy's in a hazmat suit, spraying and cleaning up the blood of this white young man that pumped it all out right there in that stadium. Let that sit with you. Don't let also your first thoughts be for Carmelo.
End result, he stabbed my son in the heart and killed him.
That's the extent of this?
That's what it was over. Something so small, so trivial.
17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, a student athlete at Centennial High School, was arrested and charged with murder.
I've already forgiven him. That's for my peace, not his.
Metcalf says his son Austin had a 4.0 GPA, was MVP of his football team, and a member of his track and field team. In a matter of hours, more than $40,000 have been donated to his online fundraiser.
He was loved by many. He was a leader. He believed in God. He was a great kid. Made me the proudest father in the world.
A community coming together to mourn a young life lost. Frisco ISD says Austin's death will be acknowledged tomorrow during second period at Memorial High School, and that counselors will be available through this grieving process. In Frisco, Meredith Yeomans, NBC5.
Police arrested the suspect. He is 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony of Frisco. He is now charged with murder. Some students, unfortunately, witnessed this deadly encounter and have been interviewed by police. Despite life-saving efforts, the 16-year-old victim died at the hospital. Austin, his father shares, was born 2 minutes before his twin brother Hunter, the two inseparable, as you can imagine. Austin is being remembered as an outstanding student at Memorial High. His football team's MVP and a young man of faith. His father grappling with loss and forgiveness.
I'm not trying to judge, but what kind of parents did this child have? What was he taught? He brought a knife to a track meet, and he murdered my son by stabbing him in the heart. The guy was in the wrong place. They asked him to move, and he bowed up. This is murder. I don't know I know they have someone in custody. And you know what? I already forgive this person. Already. God takes care of things. God's going to take care of me. God's going to take care of my family.
The victim's father says these two teens did not know each other before today. We do need to stress that police have not said what they believe led up to this deadly encounter. There is a prayer vigil tonight at 7 p.m. at Hope Fellowship Church right here in Frisco. Reporting live in Frisco, Maria Guerrero, NBC5.
Unbelievable. All right, Maria, thank you. Our hearts go out to that family tonight.
We'll begin with some of the exploration of, like what you just heard from the father. Listening to this, Fox 26 down there in Texas, and what Fox 26, conservatives, first thing out of their mouths, what they had to share.
We have been focusing a lot here at Fox 26 Houston about the epidemic of youth violence. And now we have this story out of Frisco, Texas.
That's the problem. The epidemic of youth violence. So let's talk about that. Conservatives are going to tell you, as they have for generations, they're going to turn this into an abstraction. Youth violence. How do we deal with the youth violence? You're not addressing the problem. Don't let your first thought be that the problem is black people, irrespective of what their crime rates are, irrespective of what black neighborhoods or non-white neighborhoods in general are like, irrespective of that, because that's not the path to correcting our victimization. That's not the path to leading to our ending to our victimization. Great example here of the conservatives leading you astray. Youth violence, you're going to be hearing this repeated across the board, euphemism for anti-whiteism in Western civilization. It could be youth violence. It could be people who can't find work, violence. It's going to be anything that they can fit in there other than the reality, other than what it is. Your grandmother is going to be coming to you. Your mother's going to be coming to you, and they're going to be talking about the youth violence, and they just don't understand it. And you're going to be able to use this as an opportunity to transition to something that is productive when they say this. I wanted to include that clip specifically for that purpose. There's no way that you're not going to be hearing this from cucks in your life and cucks online. It's not a race thing. It is a youth violence thing. Oh, really? It is a race thing because, and now you can go into these different subjects, the white erasure of our norms. It's our norms about how you behave and how you treat and what punishments. Well, how would that stop Carmelo from murdering Austin? Oh, well, if Carmelo grew up in an environment where people were properly punished, like the white people I showed you before we started this story, Carmelo would have been on his best behavior. If his community is obliterated with executions and imprisonments and etc., the same way that community would be obliterated if it were white. The Carmelos that are left out there are on their best behavior. A couple of other quick points I want to make before we get into the mother and the son and the father's responses here is that there is a little 25% Mexican who apparently said that it hurts when addressing this, that it hurts his racial pride when he sees white people losing fights and losing their lives. If that's happening for you, You are suffering as a selfish individualist. You are not going to make it through the bottleneck unless you fix that. That is evidence that you are a selfish individualist. If you look at Austin losing his life and you think, dang, my pride, the white guy should have won. I mean, everything I've told you all about what motivates these selfish individualists and how sick the white race is true. It's visible if everywhere around you, if you have eyes to see. What is it that so many of these people who want to just complain about blacks or complain about Jews, what's motivating them to do that? Not their concern for the white race, like they pretend, because they're not thinking at all or saying anything at all about Austin, about Hunter, who also died that day. They're not thinking about them at all. They're thinking about blacks are violent. Blacks have low impulse control. They're thinking, when they say that, about themselves. Because they're afraid to go out in public where there might be blacks. And they don't like having to fear that. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that in another context. But in this context, it is the death of the white race. When they see Austin and his brother Hunter die that day, they think, oh shit, my racial pride is hurt because yet again a white guy lost to another black guy. I can't imagine being so selfishly individualistic that you could read about this story, you could see these media reports of it, and think about yourself. And especially something so superficial and just odious. Your racial pride, you disgust me, you pig. In fact, no, you're too little to be you're a fucking piglet, you little bitch. Your racial pride is hurt? Anybody talking about their racial pride is hurt over this, or blacks are violent, or what have you, so they can't go out in public, shouldn't be heeded for another second. Again, it has nothing to do with the crime stats of blacks and whether or not it's safe for a white person to go into a black neighborhood. It has everything to do with the fact that one of our sons, one of our brothers, was just murdered as a consequence of anti-whiteism. Because you see, just like Audrey Hale, Carmelo Anthony was weaponized against the white race. He grew up in that environment where he learned, irrespective of what his genetic proclivities or rearing proclivities or whatever it might be, irrespective of any of that, he grew up in an environment learning that the white race has done nothing throughout all of history but victimize non-whites, and especially blacks. Stolen everything from them. I mean, hell, Fox News has that Hotep Jesus on, who said that blacks founded the Americas, that they were the Egyptians, that everything that they had, super scientific societies, were all stolen by the white race. And now, here's Austin trying to make him get up from his seat and move over to his own tent. He was weaponized. Anti-whiteism did this. You cannot end this and prevent this from happening again. And that is the only justice you could do for Austin and his brother Hunter. The only justice you can do for them is to take productive steps to prevent this from happening again. Everyone right now who is complaining about blacks, who is complaining about Jews, who is complaining, etc., complaining that their racial pride is hurt, are insulting the memory and ensuring, guaranteeing that more Austin and Hunters are going to be murdered, then more white people are going to hold their loved ones in their arms as they bleed out and they see the life leaving their eyes, trying to speak, trying to say their final words, watching the eternal night close in on them. They are guaranteeing it. You should hate these people. Who should you hate? The conservative content creators, the anti-Jew spurgs. They are the ones guaranteeing that this will happen again. And obviously the anti-whites. You have to first pull down these false prophets, these misleaders, these misrulers. You have to first pull them down because they are the faux resistance that guarantees there will be more Hunters shedding tears onto their brother Austin as he dies. The both of them giving the last gasps of their lives. For God's sake, how many more? And so we could talk about what is true and yet really facile. This was a productive young man. Such a trite thing that cucks are wont to say in America and across the West. He was a producer. He would have benefited society. Who knows? He could have gone on and cured cancer. You've all heard this. We've all heard it and said it thousands of times. It's trite. It's flippant, as a matter of fact. True, but trite and flippant. It's trifling. He would have been a producer. He would have been a contributor. And when you say these things, are you hearing what I just taught you about selfish individualism? He would have made your life potentially better. He might have cured cancer. True. But who are you thinking about? He might have become a police officer and saved you from some horrible outcome of some malefactor's misdeeds. Who are you thinking about? White people don't have a people. All of these people out there, and I'm going to talk about this in a moment, warning us about threats to our people. There ain't nobody to talk to. So this will continue. You don't give a shit about the white people getting murdered. You don't give a shit about the white people left behind who have to live the rest of their lives with the loss of their son, their brother. What about the life that Austin deserved? What about the family that he would have had? What about the wedding? What about the buying the engagement ring? What about getting the promotion he deserved after working for it? What about the feeling of achievement he would have had starting his own business? What about the birth of his first child? That is what white people should be thinking about. To really drive it home, that's what Jews think about when they think about fellow Jews getting killed. What's wrong with you, white people? Why isn't Trump saying that Austin could have been his son? The way that Obama said that Trayvon Martin could have been his son. You remember Trayvon? He was the goodest boy that ever gooded in the country. Except Zimmerman, a non-white Hispanic, who we were treated to the lie that he was a white guy. They were white pixelated Zimmerman. Remember that? When they white pixelated him and told you he was white? And then they backed off and they, well, he's a white Hispanic. And then they finally backed off all the way when all the information came out about him identifying as non-white. Trayvon Martin, the goodest boy that's ever gooded anywhere and anytime. And Obama stepped up and said, he could have been my boy that these white devils murdered. No such thing coming from Trump, unless somebody wants to correct me. I haven't seen anything from Trump. You know why this is? Anti-whiteism. When the conversation of immoral versus moral at every dinner table, at every lathe and water cooler and bus stop makes its way from the poorest, most vile wretches in society all the way up through the people elected president, you have the winning strategy. That same strategy, and you'll see when it comes to Jeff Metcalf, the dad, that same strategy prevents Trump from stepping up and defending the white race. Because if Trump were to step in here and say that could have been my son, what he's saying is he's white like me. He's white like us. Just like Obama was saying, Trayvon is non-white like us. Non-white like me. What about all the white people criticizing blacks all over Twitter and all over YouTube I've seen in the past couple of days for standing with Carmelo? Have you seen this? How disgusting the blacks are for standing with Carmelo. He's clearly the murderer. Why do blacks do this? Because they're healthy. Because that's a healthy peoplehood. Now, it doesn't mean that all black people should be standing with Carmelo to be healthy. I'm talking about peoplehood within a race. Clearly, there are going to be sane black people who are going to look at the evidence and say, here is your villain, here is your victim. End of conversation. But the peoplehood in the black race drives that percentage of the overall black race to stand with their brother. And so I say to you, white race, you keep criticizing the behavior of peoplehood, as we were talking about last Sunday when it comes to Jews. Or was it on Wednesday that we were talking about that? You keep criticizing that, and you're going to hell. We don't need to criticize black people for standing together, even when the evidence looks like this. We need to emulate them. We need to do it better than they do it. We have to stand with Austin. Imagine this. The white race is so sick that they can't even stand with the victim. And a percentage of the black race relative to peoplehood is so healthy that they stand with the murderer. And the white race criticizes this. There's no hope for you people. No hope for the white people that are going to criticize that behavior. It is when Jews do it, when that percentage of Jews of the overall group, percentage of blacks of their overall group, percentage of Hispanics of the overall group, percentage of Arabs of the overall, everybody else, when they do that behavior, that is the most noble, glorious behavior that any human being could ever invest themselves in. And if the white race doesn't learn it in time, it's over for us. Final thing I want to say before I look at the father's video and talk about that, and the mother and the brother, is Anti-whiteism suffuses every single element of Austin being murdered. One of those elements is what his father, Jeff, taught Austin. Undoubtedly, after listening to Jeff in these interviews that he's done, he taught his sons, everybody's just like you. Everybody in the world around you is white. Everybody in the world around you thinks and feels and is motivated the exact same way that you are. That's anti-whiteism. Deep, poisonous, diseased anti-whiteism. And so when Austin stepped up to Carmelo, he was projecting his biospirit onto Carmelo. He was thinking that if he were being an ass and finally confronted, he would walk away. Maybe there would be a shouting match or whatever, but it's certainly not going to escalate to murder. So in a big way, Jeff, along with Austin's teachers, news and entertainment media, etc., are responsible by way of anti-whiteism for Austin being murdered that day. He had no idea what he was stepping up against. His father didn't teach him that there are monsters in this world. Let's take a look at what the mother, Megan, and the brother, Hunter, had to say.
I heard your husband say within hours of this that he forgave this other young man, and he got there so quickly. And I honestly don't know that I could. And I just want to see, and I don't know if there's a right or a wrong place to be, especially as quickly as this has happened.
You're going to hear in a moment that the mother and the son, although in a healthier place, and let's hope the mother, she sounds the healthiest, continues in a healthy direction.
Megan, how do you feel on that front today?
I am not like their dad. I am so angry.
She said, I'm not like their dad. I'm so, this pulls the absolute heart out of me. And that's what you should be experiencing. You can change your focus. You can stop following these misleaders and these miscontent creators, and you can change your focus. You need to experience this mother's pain. If you are cussing blacks or cussing Jews or whatever, you're a selfish son of a bitch. And you're not going to be part of what gets left over of the white race.
That boy. It's just not fair. That's all I have.
I understand.
I'd like to say it's forgave, not forgotten, but I'm not at that point yet to forgive that kid boy. He did to my brother. Because, 17 years, my best friend, just there in the blink of an eye, I lost him. So I'm not at that point.
I heard your husband's.
All right. So you can hear the mother. She's so mad at that. This is a healthy response. The whole of the white race should feel that pain. If it were healthy, they would. If it were healthy and we were like the Jews, the white Bill Ackmans would show up and would demand change at all of the schools in this county. No more anti-whiteism. The white Bill Ackman billionaires would show up. Too bad there aren't any. they would show up and they would demand no more anti-whiteism taught at any of these schools. And they would use their billions to change the system. You know why that doesn't happen? The white billionaires out there, no white Bill Ackmans. You know what they say? You know what they say? They say, damn Enners. Thank God I got the money to not have to live around them. How do you feel about your response? Now do you see how the selfish individualism of the white race perpetuates this? Ensures the next Austin is murdered? And of course, not only that, nobody's talking about the fact Hunter has been murdered as well. Hunter, you see here, trying to align with anti-whiteism, trying to align with his father's anti-whiteism, is saying there's forgive and forget, and I'm not ready to forgive yet, but at some point I will forgive him. Hunter should become the most driven white positive activist to ever fucking live. That's what he should become. To get back at the system that did this to his brother, that did this to him. How many lives could Hunter save if he did that? How many lives will he ensure is lost if he goes the cuck route and decides to forgive but never forget? Or the anti-non-white route and decide, damn Enners, damn dues, damn whatever. Let's take a look at the dad. This is where the disease really comes out. You saw a piece of it earlier.
It's very unfortunate that this other child decided to make a bad choice that's going to affect him for the rest of his life. I have compassion.
A bad choice. The father in that other video, Jeff Metcalf, said he has already forgiven the anti-white terrorist monster murderer of his son. Already forgiven him. There is no greater capitulation, disservice, and treason to his family. But he's celebrated right now by so much of the white cuck world for being able to forgive. And he's gone further in this interview, saying he cares for Carmelo because he made a bad choice. How sick of a race are we? And I'm going to read what I wrote in a tweet here in just a moment. How sick of a race are we? And how foolish that white people go to the totality of our community and warn us about threats to the totality when white people don't even care about their own sons. The father of the white son murdered in cold blood, quote, "It's not a race thing. It's not a political thing. Do not turn this into a racial thing. It was not. This is a human being thing." Close quote. How could his father say this, I write? And then I give some bullet points in my tweet. Number one, the selfish individualism of the white race. How does it function here? How does the selfish individualism of the white race function here? I mean, this is packed full of lessons if you are intelligent enough to get it. better for the father and his family to disavow victimization as a member of the white race. Because, and I'll get into that with point 2, but the selfish individualism manifests here because, quite frankly, it's better for him as a selfish individualist. It's better for his family for this to not be about a victimization of the white race. What does that guarantee? That there'll be more sons and daughters, white sons and daughters murdered. 2, because the social morality of the West is the anti-white immoral imperative, where defending white victimization is immoral. So, for Jeff, it's going to be worse for him to defend the victimization of he and his family as a victimization of the white race, because the social morality of the white race, or of the West, the social morality of the West is the anti-white immoral imperative, where it is immoral to defend the white race. And 3, he and his family are afflicted with anti-whiteism's precepts. Psychological warfare undermining the will to live in white people. You're at the bottom of the totem pole. You're under the totem pole, white race. You don't matter. Your lives don't matter. And you better act like they don't. Because if you don't, you're immoral. You'll ostracized from your friend groups, from your work communities, potentially fired from their job, maybe not able to get work in the same field again. So as a consequence, you better be okay with the murder of your children, and you better be equally concerned with the angelized black race, who one of their own, an anti-white black person, murdered your son. What about his feelings? I mean, can you imagine this? That this guy, Jeff, is so befuddled and drunk and poisoned with anti-whiteism that his own son's murderer has to receive not only his forgiveness, but also his concern for his life.
For every human being, this is not, I want to make this very clear. This is not a race issue. This is not a black and white issue. I don't want someone stepping up on the soapbox trying to politicize this. I don't appreciate some of the remarks I've seen online that people say there was this fight and they don't know. They won't.
This is the most diseased race that has ever lived. You think you're going to go to this race in this state, living inside the anti-white narrative and under the social morality of the anti-white immoral imperative, and warn them about the Jews or the blacks? You think you're going to be able to go to them and tell them, just be racist because you'll live if you're racist? Tell everybody you're racist? No wonder certain YouTube content creators have 20,000 views in hours after dropping a video and are allowed to say numerous comments that would get my entire channel deleted. Finally, after looking at the morass of poisoning and the despicable, egregious state that the white race is in, on top of all of that, you have CRS, Community Relations Service. And we were the first people to ever talk about it, if you remember. Now other people show up And they're like, well, what about CRS? To me, this is going to be the realm of the midwit slop, because it's easy to understand. It takes no burden. It puts no burden on them to have to become active, to have to change their focus, to have to care about their white brothers and sisters for real, not just as a pretext. Why? Because they'll be able to say, well, there's just this system in place and the Jews are in charge. So if you just get rid of the Jews, then the system isn't there, and then this white dad would be completely different. Thank you for the wish list, scumbag. Thank you for ensuring that more Austins will bleed out in the arms of their... Every time we cover stories like this, I tell you that if the consensus is this anti-non-white bullshit, or the conservative, if that's the consensus conversation, that there'll be more of this, and every time there is. CRS exists because anti-whiteism exists. That's why it exists. What is CRS? It's a department inside the Department of Justice. They show up with the color of law when any story, this is really interesting. Really interesting. And if you are not a midwit slop loser, you'll be able to understand. Because why do they show up? What's the outcome that they achieve? They prevent white people from identifying with the white victims. Why would that be their goal if there wasn't anti-whiteism? And then if it is anti-whiteism, that's the motivator, then now you know what you have to deal with. Now you know what you have to struggle with to prevent more of these. When a victimization of white people occurs by anti-whites, whether it's white or non-white, when white people are clearly the target, but especially when it's non-white, but when white people are the target, CRS has offices across the United States, and we've already looked into a couple other countries. UK, 100% sure, has their version of CRS. If it becomes popular, if people begin to know what it is, agents show up under the color of law because they say they're from the DOJ. Read it for yourself. We literally read from their website years ago. We literally taught you about how it was created years ago. They show up and they say in so many words that you want to tell the population this has nothing to do with white people being victimized. It's not racial. Because if you don't, well, whatever you need to hear. You won't be honoring your son. You won't bring your son back. You'll probably get sued. Black people will probably target you. You'll be aligning with neo-Nazis. Here, let us show you a few. You'll be aligning with Nick Fuentes. You'll be aligning with the Blood Tribe. Are you with those people? You don't want to do that. And so invariably, whether it's a white girl getting brutally raped by some anti-white, non-white terrorist and in her head caved in, or it's Austin Metcalf being stabbed in the heart in the bleachers of a game taking place, the parents come out. This has nothing to do with race. Whatever you do, white race, don't think it has anything to do with us being victimized because we're white. Don't think that at all. There's a way to beat CRS, and it is by overcoming the anti-white immoral imperative with the white positive moral imperative. You let CRS show up at the house of a white positive family that has been terrorized by an anti-white terrorist in this fashion, and they're going to tell them where to shove it. Because they're going to be thinking about their individual well-being and the individual well-being of the rest of our people by way of our communal well-being. They're not going to be thinking just about themselves. Fathers up in the Midwest talking about, well, the Mexicans, they make really good food, after an anti-white Mexican brutally rapes and caves the head in of their white daughter. This is a sick race. No wonder you have the cucks and the anti-non-whites as the leaders, as the de facto leaders. No wonder the race is so sick. This is the abject rot of selfish individualism, so deep in the white race that immediate family is not even worth fighting for. How much less concern do whites have for the greater family of our people? And you think you can go to these people and warn them about a threat to our collective? They don't even care about their own sons. What fools the white race has been. The white race is finished if it doesn't address the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism with the tools that create a people out of our deracinated race. So the question is, what are you going to do? What have you been thinking about? Was your first thought a healthy thought? Did you immediately think about Austin and then immediately about his brother Hunter, who was effectively also murdered that day? Because if you did, you're in a healthy place. If he did, you're going to survive the bottleneck. If he did, you are a hero helping to bring about the reclamation of our destiny. If your first thought was about black people, it doesn't mean that you are scum for the rest of your life. You can change your focus. You can become a member of Westernkind by thought and action, and not just in birth. You change that focus and you become a hero in our story. You become an activist to prevent this from happening again. None of the wish listing that all of these others are giving you now. And you should be aggrieved to the nth degree when you hear them spouting off with their massive view count and all of the, God, they're so right. You should be aggrieved to the nth degree when they say white people should be burning stores down because this happened. White people should be looting because when you do that, you get what you want. Totally ignoring context and a wish, because that's like saying aliens should come and rescue us. You should see these people as the Pied Pipers that they are. This is it. The sand in the hourglass is running out. Time is running out for the white race. We either use these concepts in the Go Free dialogic that work, or it's over. It's over. And it'll be your son because you didn't care about his son and her son. Maybe forget this piece of shit, Jeff, because he doesn't even deserve Austin. But at least that mother is still healthy. Next, it'll be your son. Next, it'll be your brother because you didn't care about her son or his brother. And then you'll want everybody caring for you. Well, you won't have done the work. And quite frankly, the white people who want to sit around and continue to cuck out to all of these things and continue to talk tough. I had a guy this past week that said he can't stand our live chat because nobody's tough. And I said, you mean talk tough? You mean big tough talk and you do nothing? All these people want to sit around talking tough, being anti-non-white rather than white positive, all of you, you deserve this outcome. You deserve it because you are the ones perpetuating it. Our victimizers are going to be there. They have to be contended with at some point, but you're in the fucking way. When is Jeremy Hambley going to say, wow, this community, Jeremy, hundreds of thousands of views on the video. When is he going to say this community who's actually making a difference in white people's lives clearly have the answers? When is that fat fucking vegetable going to say, shit, you should listen to what they have to say? We should have that guy on. Because until he does that, he is just a fat vegetable making money off of being a cuck. And all the rest of him, I'm just, not him especially, all of the rest of them as well. Grifting off of, did you see that mother? Did you see the pain? If you can't imagine it, did you see that pain? Yeah, well, just don't live around blacks. That's their message. Oh, but you can't get away. Oh, but you don't have the money. Oh, but you are going to have to live in those environments. And it's not going to be just the blacks. It's going to be the Hispanics and the Arabs and the etc. Just don't live around them. The whites tell you behind their high walls. The content creators who hide in the basement of their stone-built grandparents' home who are now dead. You just stay away from all of them. Thanks. While they spin these beautiful yarns about the Aryan race and conquering the world, and look at how much we've done. They spin these beautiful yarns, capturing people's energies and attention. Well, they're funnier or they're dumber, and so people can identify with them. They don't feel insecure by watching the dumb fat slob. They're benefiting from Austin's murder. Texas high school football star Austin Metcalf stabbed in the heart, left to die in twin brother's arms at track meet. That's all there's left of his life. A headline. And these content creators will get their views, and then they'll move on. That's not enough for me. I want to actually put an end to this. Where do you sit? Let's do some quick news and we'll get into our final item before the swash through.
Everything we've been telling you for years. Women who adhere to left-wing beliefs are more likely to be like, what do you think? Is likely to be conservative. The authors found that less attractive and more contemptuous women are more likely to be left-leaning, explains the trend of many leftists gravitating towards the warm embrace of movements like body positivity and the aesthetic of ugliness in general, because they personally identify with the vulgar, the bleak, and the depressed.
Okay, vulgar, bleak, and you mean they identify with anti-whiteism. It is the what Paul Joseph Watson is not able to tell you is that they embrace the antithesis to white norms. That's what he's not able to tell you. They just embrace the vulgar and the depressing. How is that helpful? You hairy Ewok bitch. How is that helpful? Excuse me for getting upset. One of my brothers in the white race. just died, bled out from his fucking heart being stabbed. Excuse me being a little actual angry over that. The English, a white man, not just the English, stepping up. And what happens, of course, you probably had it happen to you. You go to put your ticket in so you can step through because you've paid your white norm. Obeying the rules, obeying the system. Stop talking about high trust society like it's an abstraction. It is us. And then some anti-white, non-white files in behind you, pressing up against you so that he or she can make it through on your dime. Well, this white man has had enough.
Don't try and jump the fucking ride off me. I pay my ticket, you pay yours. Thank you. You're trying to jump through. No, don't push past them. No, don't push past them.
Like that.
Why? Why should I not? I was simply standing in my space because I paid for a fucking ticket and you haven't. So fuck off.
Damn right. Good for this guy. Get mad.
You don't know who you're fucking messing with. Next time it's going to be somebody that's really nasty.
You know what? Next time, if it's somebody that has moral outrage, because we hold the moral high ground with the white positive morality of the Go Free dialogic, that person will be far angrier, far more active. And you know what? The white people around will assist them. That's the only hope we have.
To move to Russia to preserve their way of life. Putin signed an order making it easier for concerned Christians in America to find a sanctuary in Russia. He says that Christianity is under attack by a neoliberalism in the United States and Europe.
A neoliberalism. What a useless phrase.
He's also offering an easy path for citizenship in Russia for Christian immigrants. This order provides Christian migrants military protection from persecution of other religions. As he says that Christianity and conservatism is a fundamental way of life and values must be protected just like Islam. He makes the claim that no other country in the world is protecting Christianity and its values, so that Russia will step up and take that place. He is also asking Middle East Christians to come to Russia to escape hundreds of years of persecution. Putin is a devout Orthodox Christian and says he sees the Islamic takeover of Europe and wants a Christian takeover for Russia.
Now, what we have to say here upon seeing something like this is, because we're not the dumb white boobies that just believe anything like the rest of the white loser race, we say, is this even true? Did Putin actually say this? Does he mean it this way, that this content creator is communicating to get himself tons of views? Remember, at the beginning of 2025, I told you, nothing's real by way of alternative media or peer-to-peer communication anymore. You have to verify it all. Is that real? What do we know about Putin? What we know about Putin is that he's anti-white. He's been in power for decade after decade, hasn't said a damn thing about anti-whiteism, and he can see it across the board. Last thing we'll see here is, you remember Jack Carlson? That guy is a legend.
See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! We've got me on the penis before. Why did you do that? Well, what is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, let's see you guys headlocks up. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo.
I hear them calling out my name. Voices rising like the thunder and the rain.
The charge was eating a succulent Chinese meal. Somebody wrote there along with the video that he was yelling in Times New Roman font.
I see the road, Lord, I hold the key. Ain't no stopping my ground. Been too long.
All right.
Walking in the cold.
We have our final item today, which is Orania, about to be destroyed by South Africa.
Deep inside my soul, a rhythm that won't be controlled.
For all these years, people saying, Orania is doing it, why can't you?
I see the road, Lord, I hold the key.
Eric saying, you are absolutely correct. My treatment of Austin Metcalf's murder.
Gonna stand my ground.
Dumbling says that Paul Joseph Watson feels smart when talking in abstraction. Everybody does. All the cucks do. And so do the anti-non-white people.
Deep inside my soul, a rhythm that won't be controlled. Oh, my people calling out to me.
Wouldn't it be nice to have a people? All right.
Gonna lift 'em up, gonna stand my ground.
Let's go ahead and take a look then at Orania and what's happening there. Orania's white Afrikaners separatists want Trump to help to become a state. Last week, community leaders from Orania visited the United States seeking recognition as an autonomous entity. Now, why are they seeking recognition? Here is the Orania movement leader, Joost Strijdom, stands next to a symbolic statue. We just watched a video last week of a black guy and a film crew driving through Orania, and he was amazed. The people were nice. They were waving. Doors were open. They were unlocked. Bicycles left outside. Their children, their white children, able to play outside. What is Orania? And what's happening now to Orania is the story of Westernkind, a microcosm of the macrocosm. Care to have a listen? South Africa, because of anti-whiteism, capitulated. By South Africa, I mean white people. Those are the real South Africans. They created South Africa. They capitulated to anti-whiteism. Their sons were being stabbed in the heart. Their daughters were being gang raped, but they capitulated. Why? Because they didn't have the moral high ground. Why weren't they able to fight for themselves in the country they built? They didn't have the moral high ground. What's a common tactic of the white race throughout all of history? White flight. Why? Because we can build what we have inside of us. Because we have ingenuity, we have industry, we have intelligence, we have imagination, we have fortitude, we have tenacity. We've got it all. The spirit inside of us to build outside of us what is inside of us, Western civilization. That's why it's such a common tactic for the white race. That's why it's always on the lips of white people. Let's just white flight again. Oh, this has gone bad. Let's white flight again. White flight. Oh, anti-whiteism. If it's not defeated on the moral plane, it's going to follow. It's going to come after you. And in fact, that's what I told people when they first started talking about Orania in the States. White people are going to flee. They're going to create their own livable space. And I said, whoa, what will stop anti-whiteism from following? If anti-whiteism was the disease that crippled us, that infected us with white guilt, because it claims the moral high ground, and we as a people need a moral matrix to act, if you don't contend with and defeat it, the disease will follow. And they said, no, it won't. No, it won't, Jason. You're wrong. You won't get to speak here if you're going to talk like that. You won't get to share your views here if you talk like that. You won't be invited here if you're going to talk like that. The consensus in the white sympathetic sphere is that they're going to remedy this because they told me our people are going to build a new South Africa, and then people will see this is the real South Africa called Orania, and they will see the bad South Africa called South Africa, and everyone will just come to the proper conclusion. And I said, that's preposterous. You're a vegetable. And you're a gatekeeper. So what happened, though? I'm not blaming or cutting down or disrespecting the 300 white South African heroes who decided they were going to purchase an arid, inhospitable landmass to protect their families. An area along the Orange River, I believe it's called, in South Africa, that is some 8,000 hectares in size, about a third smaller than Disney World. And they were going to build their own town there to protect themselves. I salute them for that. And I said they should, in this Orania, adopt the Go Free dialogic. They should empower themselves and their children with the lexical and dialectical armory that we provide. And from there, communicate the cure to anti-whiteism to the rest of South Africa, Rhodesia, the Western world. But hard for me to communicate this to our heroic brothers and sisters in Orania when I'm ostracized, I'm silenced, I'm pushed to the fringe. You're only allowed to come in here, Jason, and say what we are already saying, conclude what we are already concluding, use the words that we want you to use, because if you don't use that, if you don't do that, then you are a cult. You're never going to have an opportunity to speak to the people or build a community, build an audience. And they kept me out. Well, these 300 champions purchased that property, and they moved out to this area. And this is the story of Westernkind. This is literally our story. We moved into a space, in this case, where no one else lives, an inhospitable landmass, and we project our instincts onto the environment, and we build ourselves in that environment so that the culture, a consequence of our projection, of our genetic instincts, is Western. And when the culture is Western, because we are making it, the country is Western. And so, with our intelligence, with our industry, with our tenacity, with our perseverance, with our creative intelligence, we built, these heroes built Orania. They hewed Western civilization from the inhabitable. That's the story of the West. Regrettably, though, since they're not empowered and since other Western countries have not been empowered by the Go Free dialogic, the story of the West continues. Because now anti-whites are looking on with leering eyes, leering, lustful, hateful anti-white eyes. And they're saying, with any excuse imaginable, that Orania has to be destroyed. It's disrupting the democracy. It's causing people in South Africa to be weak and poor because they're not hiring them in Orania. They're not feeding them. Orania is not feeding and hiring them. Orania is not providing them with safety. I shit you not. These are the arguments being made across the West now. Percolating and suffusing places you wouldn't even think to find it. They're literally telling stories about blacks in South Africa not able to get work, not able to safely traverse their environments because Orania is not giving them work and making their space safe. This is the story of the West. And so what is Orania doing? In the 11th hour, they're running to the United States and they're begging to be recognized by Donald Trump as an independent entity and therefore protected by the United States. And what's Donald Trump's response? Give up what you've created there. Move to America instead. There are certain classes of people being persecuted. There's nowhere left to run. Nowhere left to run. White man, white woman. We have to fight anti-whiteism and win, or it's over. And the fight is on the moral plane. A group of white Afrikaners were so opposed to majority black rule. Did you hear that? Times Live here. They're evil. They were so evil, they didn't want to live under the black race. When apartheid ended, about 3 decades ago, they carved out a separatist enclave. The only town in South Africa where all residents, including menial workers, are white. How dare they? Do you see the rest of the story of the West? Do you see how South Africa was built? Right now, happening in Orania. Literally happening before your eyes. You see, the anti-whites are making the argument that the Oranians stole it from them. This is every Western country's story. It is repeating. It is a replay. It is a rerun. They stole Orania from them, and they created this place out of hatred for non-white people. Now the residents of Orania, population 3,000, in the semi-arid Karoo, want U.S. Presidential Donald Trump to help them become a state. Last week, community leaders from Orania visited the U.S. seeking recognition as an autonomous entity. South African authorities acknowledged it as a town that can raise... Lost track of where it was when it leapt for the commercial. It's a town that can raise local taxes and deliver services. Quote, we wanted to gain recognition with the American focus on South Africa now, close quote. Orania movement leader Joost, I hate that it keeps doing it, Joost Strijdom told Reuters on a hill strewn with bronzes of past Afrikaner leaders, white leaders, including from the era of racist white minority rule. Do you see what's happening there? You know what they're going to say about Orania? This is the story of the West. Racist white minority rule in Orania. That was ended by internal resistance. The racist white, it was anti-whiteism within and without South Africa. The 8,000 hectare settlement is riding an unprecedented wave of support from right-wing Americans for Afrikaner nationalists who irrevocably lost power when apartheid ended in 94 and Nelson Mandela became South Africa's first black president. In New York and Washington, the Orania leaders met influencers, think tanks, and low-ranking Republican politicians. Quote, we told them South Africa is such a diverse country that it's not a good idea to try to manage it centrally, said Stridham. So the leader, Stridham, is operating within the anti-white narrative. Do you think that will work? Do you see the writing on the wall? I can't believe decade after decade, I'm explaining this, and it works out exactly the same way as I say it will. 3 senior Orania officials interviewed by Reuters were vague about the help they sought in the U.S. They said they were not seeking handouts, but wanted investment to build houses to keep up with its 15% population growth, infrastructure, and energy independence that it has almost half achieved with solar. So more anti-white morality. We're building our power with solar. Don't you like us now? Stridham declined to say whether his delegation had contact with the Trump administration. The U.S. Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. International Relations and Cooperation Ministry spokesperson, is that Crispin Theory, told Reuters, Orania is not a country. They are subject to the laws of South Africa and our Constitution. Remember, no one wanted Orania when it was a dank, inhospitable hellhole, just like nobody wanted America. Nobody wanted South Africa. Nobody wanted Rhodesia. Nobody wanted Australia. Nobody wanted New Zealand. Nobody wanted any of these white countries until we made our Western civilization there. Now they're declaring ownership. They are subject to the laws of South Africa. Other Afrikaner nationalist groups have also visited the U.S. to build alliances with overwhelmingly white Republican audiences, prompting accusations back home that such trips stoke racial tensions. The leftist EFF last week accused Orania's leaders of, quote, destroying the unity of this country. By building a new country for themselves. They are destroying the unity. Don't engage in that argument. That is a pretext for anti-whiteism. And you know, the South African Orania delegation, they're not sneaking over to talk to me. They're not sneaking over to beg for the lessons of Go Free that work for everyone across the West. No. They would absolutely refuse any connection to me and white well-being because they want to stay firmly in the anti-white narrative in their appeal to the conservative Republicans. Quote, it's the start of something, close quote, former Orania movement leader Corel Bischoff said of his community, comparing its desire for independence. Orania even uses its own informal currency to that of Israel. So we're good. We're just like Israel. Established after World War II, despite stiff resistance from Arabs living in that territory. So you see, us white people in Orania, we're just like those wonderful Jews. They have to face off against the Arabs, and we're facing off against this wonderfully diverse country, it's so diverse, it's almost entirely black. This close to pure diversity. Bischoff, whose father founded the town and whose grandfather is widely viewed as the architect of apartheid, dreams of a territory stretching to the west coast, nearly 1,600 kilometers away. More land where no one lives and no one wants to live. Story of the West, story of white people. Orania's activities are funded through local taxes and donations from the supporters and residents. Funded, and it's all of their blood, sweat, and tears. It's not just money. Like, where are the tractors and the workers and all of that? Where's that all coming from? It's just the white race with all this money. Its leaders were dismayed to find the only solution anyone in the U.S. was interested in discussing was U.S. residency after Trump offered in February to resettle white South African farmers and their families as refugees. Quote, "We can't be exporting our people," Bischoff told Reuters, beside a framed photo of his late grandfather. Quote, "We told them, help us here. They're not going to because of anti-whiteism." Some of U.S. right-wingers have sought to make common cause with Afrikaners in their opposition to diversity policies. Do you hear that? Everything crafted within the anti-white narrative that aim to empower. I got to read this. Some U.S. right-wingers have sought to make common cause with Afrikaners in their opposition to diversity policies that aim to empower historically unjustly treated non-white groups. The South Africa's black empowerment laws have been ridiculed by Trump's South African-born advisor, Elon Musk. So, non-white people are so suffering, we're going to take your country away from you. And then when they take it away, they'll say that you stole Orania. And then they'll say that they are the real Oranians. And then you'll be facing anti-whites online that'll be saying the same garbage. Orania never belonged to white people. It was a country, and all the white people stole the best jobs and they stole all the money. And it's only fair now that they give it all over to this new majority multiracial mess that comes in. This is the story of Western civilization as anti-whiteism afflicts us. Those laws were the reason, get this, those laws were the reason Hanley Peters moved to Orania 8 months ago after 25 years of living in Johannesburg to become head of marketing for the town's technical college. Quote, Our children, what opportunities will they have? Peters said, bemoaning quotas for black workers, while trainee plumbers and electricians hone their skills in a shed nearby. A third of all South Africans, now listen closely, a third of all South Africans are out of work. Most of them poor blacks. How dare you go and build your own country with your own civility and your own laws and your own norms when there are black people living in a hell of their own making? One such unemployed black man, 49-year-old Bangani Zitha, said he thought, quote, people in Orania are doing well, close quote, compared with many black, non-white South Africans. They're doing well. Quote, so many people looking for opportunities, so many black people looking for opportunities. It's a struggle, he sighed. They literally wrote that. He is so suffering. The racism of the white race. Zitha, who has lived in a corrugated shanty town in Soto with no piped water or sewage. How dare the white people not supply that for him? Since 95, he's lived like an animal because white people went and built their own country. Said, at least the people of Orania have, quote, rights to health, education, everything, close quote. Do you see how unfair it is? If you are not going to win on this moral plane, you are going to watch Orania be eaten alive, as all of the rest of the West is eaten alive. And unlike himself, this Zitha, I've been suffering for decades as a black man. No plumbing, no water, corrugated shanty town since 1995. And then those white people, they've got it so good. They went and built their own country. How dare they have it good? They've got running water. They've got civility. They have law. They've stolen it all from me. And unlike himself, under white minority rule, he added Orania residents are free to live wherever they want. So those white people, they can go build that country. I'm calling it a country to tie it intimately to all of the countries that we've built throughout the eons that have succumbed to anti-whiteism in various ways. They can just go live wherever they want. Why can't he go live wherever he wants since 95? Because the white race is keeping him down in that black-ruled country of South Africa. You think it ain't serious?
A 1994 democracy trade-off that continues to be a thorn in the side for some in South Africa. On April 23rd, 1994, the then Freedom Front and ANC and the National Party signed the Accord on Afrikaner Self-Determination. It led to this settlement that has allowed the growth and expansion of Orania. The EFF says the continued existence of Orania, which is a state within a state, weakens unity in South Africa and is a ticking time bomb.
A ticking time bomb. We building our own country is a ticking time bomb.
This amid continued efforts by AfriForum to engage with U.S. President Donald Trump's government about the alleged plight of Afrikaners in South Africa.
Orania we might take it for granted, only to realize later that they will be the one that will destroy the unity of this country. And for that matter, we need to engage them to stop their nonsense, that the reason they...
And stop their nonsense. And stop building your own country. Stop building your own. You're not allowed to have your own country, white man. You have to take care of us. You have to give us everything.
Is for them to practice their culture.
This piece of shit, this anti-white piece of shit needs to be told he's an anti-white piece of shit. He needs to be told that he is engaging in anti-whiteism. Let him scurry around defending himself against anti-whiteism charges. Don't allow him to make an argument inside the anti-white narrative that the Oranians are destroying unity and they're a ticking time bomb.
Why are they part of this legislature? Why are they part of councils? Why are they doing business with black people?
Why aren't they doing business with black people? Why aren't they doing business? Why are they hiring white people instead of the black people? Because you're an anti-white piece of shit. That's why. You are an anti-white piece of shit. And white countries around the world, I mean, just one of us should go ahead and fix what went wrong in South Africa. We got to fix ourselves first by overcoming anti-whiteism on the moral plane, and then we'll have a little invasion.
And say to us that they can't stay with us in their neighborhood. That's nonsensical. And as the AFF, we're going to engage the premier to start negotiating with.
You better start negotiating. You better start negotiating.
Racist people.
Oh, they're racist people. They're racist people. You're an anti-white piece of shit.
Premier Dr. Zamani Soul has in the past explained his stance on Orania and their right to self-determination. However, he has slammed the latest developments involving AfriForum, which he says undermines the sovereignty of the country.
It's completely unacceptable that a group that organizes itself on the basis of race.
Completely unacceptable that a group that organizes themselves on the basis of race, which the blacks do fabulously all over the world, but in particular in South Africa. This guy too, anti-white. Ideology, anti-whiteism.
And with the ultimate desire to preserve white privileges in this country.
Ultimate desire. This is all one meme pathogen after the other, right out of anti-whiteism. You see me getting a little agitated here because I know this is going to work for the anti-whites. You are creating white privilege for yourself. You mean surviving, not being gang raped, not giving away our jobs so that white people can't have them?
Should go out and speak bad about South Africa.
In a recent statement released by the Orania movement, they declined the offer by the USA for refugee status, but say they would welcome support specifically directed towards strengthening their recognition.
If you want to march rather, march to work, march to institutions that help your people. Marching now and again and every time to dissolve and to attack and to disintegrate.
Okay, so do you hear this? March for your people. March for, and this guy might be a great guy, might be totally brilliant otherwise, but when it comes to the ideology of anti-whiteism and what he's making now, these arguments that he's making now within the anti-white narrative are totally feckless. They are without teeth. They're even without balls. You're trying to tell anti-whites, hey, I'm with you as long as you're marching for your people. But when you march to this abstraction to dissolve things, and instead of putting your finger on the nerve, buddy, they're anti-whites marching to white erase the people you are in charge of. They want to attack and destroy us because we're white. Not because they have a fetish about just dissolving or destroying anything.
And to deny, that's not good. That I think, if we want to speak about disunity and being disloyal and things like that.
Stay tight, folks. We're going to be talking to the outreach team leader for a swash through here in just one moment, because we are making changes in the world so that hopefully we reach enough people in time to prevent Orania being destroyed. Hopefully we reach. So the great Biospirit of the West will be joining us shortly.
I think that is definitely more in that metaphor of destruction.
The EFF says its march to the Premier's offices will be the beginning of its campaign to end the existence of a town like Orania, which the party says seeks to undermine democracy. Margaret Mutivi, SABC News, Kimberley.
There you have it. Seeks to undermine democracy. Biospirit, if you can hear me, did you receive the join link? I don't see you in the studio yet. What do you think of South Africa? Story of... Let me just take a look at this. Story of the West. Here you have white people creating a country that they will be, by way of anti-whiteism and anti-whiteism's arguments, are going to be talked out of what they created, just like we created South Africa. And then the moment after they are guilted, white guilted, into turning over what's ours, the moment that happens, the anti-whites are going to be saying, even before, as part of the arguments, the anti-whites are going to be saying, they stole South Africa. They stole all the benefits. They stole all the money they've created. They stole the waterworks. They stole the farms. They stole the irrigation. They stole the safety. And now look at all these poor non-white people that are suffering as a consequence of the theft of white people. I cannot believe that we can see this clearly and no one else has any clue. No one else is digging into this with any answers. It's the same old trite nonsense that we get from the West. And even now we see from Stridham here, using the abstractions. You know, we had an interview lined up months back with the largest conservative movement, it's all white, in South Africa. And they were going to, one of their representatives was going to come on and have a conversation about it, until they found out that we weren't cucks. Until they found out that we weren't going to talk about things like abstractions of, if you want to, you should march for your people. That's beautiful. We love the black people so much. We love the diversity so much. But you shouldn't march to dissolve this or that or this other thing. And we are one of the things that you are marching to dissolve. And that's not right. Really, they're not going to listen. They're not going to listen. What you need is to get this argument with these tools to as many white people in South Africa as you can, and good non-white people in South Africa, so that they will come together and put a collective foot down in the different ways that can take place to put an end to the anti-whiteism. If you don't, you can go ahead and kiss your white asses goodbye in Orania. Over here, though, we're doing things differently. We have the great Biospirit of the West, who's going to be joining us for a swash through right now. A true champion, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get some raucous emojis for this hero. It is the outreach team leader, Biospirit of the West. Hello, good brother. Can you hear my voice? You are muted at the moment.
Hello.
Hey, hey.
Sorry, I was in the middle of something I had to take care of. So, hello, I am here.
Okay, all right, sounds good. It is wonderful to have you, the great outreach team leader, responsible, folks, for so many of these victories, organizing these great swashbuckling champions. He's got his own swashbuckling in person that he's going to be sharing with us, I think, today. And brother, the mic is yours.
Yeah, hi. So, I would like to say a big welcome to 3 new folks who have joined the outreach team recently. Hank and Gladanos and Anti-Whiteism in Literature, who for a very long time I thought was Nocturnia, but it is actually a different person.
All right.
So we added them to the
great
outreach team also. And we've been inviting lots of people. So yeah, so the team is growing, doing well. And I wanted to mention that I did this this marathon lunch with someone that's a friend of mine. I've been friends with him for about 40 years. And
Wow.
I thought, well, you know, this is somebody who's very wealthy, and if they chose to finance white well-being, they could finance everything.
Wow.
And so I've been like trying to put this relationship back together, because I stopped speaking to him because he's so rabidly anti-white. And so we didn't speak to each other for several years, and I've like, you know, reinitiated the speaking to each other. And so I went and had lunch in Marin. And if anyone knows where Marin County is in California, you know it's one of the most anti-white counties in the entire world. It's incredibly white, it's incredibly rich, and it's incredibly full of anti-white whites. And so we were having a very nice lunch, and as he is wont to do, he steered the conversation into politics. And I was like, okay, here we go. And it was really like one of your podcasts, Jason. It went on for 4 hours, and he never stopped being anti-white for a minute. And I felt like I was having lunch with the Grinch.
Oh boy.
He sat there and he thought he was getting me, and I could see he has a tell. He drums his fingers just like the Grinch.
Oh, okay.
And so I was like, oh, that's very interesting. He thinks he's got me here with the drumming of the fingers. And so it just went on and on and on, and it was textbook go free practice.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, and I don't do this that often. I do the outreach team stuff. I do it, you know, on Twitter. I do it talking through writing, and I tend, when I am speaking with people, I get tongue-tied and I can't find the right word, and I get lost, and they interrupt me, you know, all of those things that go on in the conversation. And so this was, I felt, probably the best test of what I've been through with going through with the outreach team and learning the practice and being able to hold my own. There were really only 2 times that I was, I guess I would say I was stymied. I was like too tired, you know, too much time had gone by, and not at my best. And on my way home, I had a 2-hour drive home, and I was like, oh, that's what I should have said.
Yeah.
Right. But there was only twice, and I thought that was pretty good.
That's awesome.
And to tie this into what you were doing today, our conversation really went into South Africa. He has a very strong interest in South Africa. He studied Afrikaans in college, and his whole background is political science, and he's visited South Africa. And so when I brought up the farm murders in South Africa, he completely denied that it was happening.
Wow. Terrible.
Yeah. And I that was one of the times I got extraordinarily angry, and I told him exactly what was happening, and he said, no, it's not. And he even pulled out his phone, and he started, this is what Antiwhites will do with you on a conversation. They pull out the phone and they start fact checking you in real time. And so all of a sudden he went, oh. So obviously he found that I was telling the truth.
Wow.
And so, you know, where will all of this go, right?
Right.
Will he come around? Can he come around? I believe he can, because I believe that all of our people can come around to white well-being if they are just given the proper tools, the proper conversations, the proper bringing around, which is what you do every single weekend and every single Wednesday for our people. And so that's what each of us need to be doing in all of our conversations out there is what you do on the weekends. And so that's what I felt that I was doing for this this person. And if we can bring around some folks who are this obscenely wealthy, then we can finance things and have it go really well. I mean, this guy is he's going to London next month to buy a condominium in London because he's going to move to England.
Oh.
Because he hates Trump so much, right?
Wow.
And so I was trying to point out to him that London is not the place that he thinks it is anymore. And again, he was like, "What are you talking about?" And I started talking about white erasure, and he's like, "What is this white erasure you're talking about?"
Ah.
Yes. So that, using the lexicon, it really like short-circuited his ability to even speak, which was interesting to watch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Epic.
So yeah. So anyway, it was a really great. It was a good experience for me to go through that. And anyway, I just wanted to share that.
That is epic swashing, folks. Let's get some big time 007s. Raucous emojis for this hero. You got in there. Hey, we need to be, and this is exactly, brother, exactly what you're saying. This is exactly how the recapture of our destiny works. We talk to those who are in our circles of influence. And for some of us, it's going to be a guy that we know that is obscenely wealthy, who, when he hears you use some of the concepts like white erasure, he says, "What is that?" rather than using something else where he just rejects the comment and rejects it as a conspiracy theory, rejects it as whatever, because it fits into his anti-white narrative, and then continues to whatever degree that he participates in anti-whiteism and the victimization of our people to continue with that participation. Instead, he found himself stymied several times, and now asking that question. I mean, the power, and I know it's you witnessed it at that moment, and everyone should witness that moment when that guy said, "What is this white erasure?" There was thunder and the clouds opened up. That is the power of the lexicon and the dialectics in the Go Free Dialogic, folks. This is the 6 degrees to Kevin Bacon. We all address anti-whiteism in our spheres of influence, as well as, the swashing online that we do here, the great OT team does here, and the solo activists do online. We all address this. We hold and take the moral high ground. It doesn't matter. You look at the great West here, goes up against a guy who's rabidly anti-white and then hashes it out for 4. No way that would have been possible with any other concepts, certainly not within the anti-white narrative. It would have just been an absolute bloodletting of our champion here. Instead, he got this obscenely wealthy guy thinking about things like white erasure, the victimization of our people as a people. He will be able to, walking away from there, living out his life, he will see these things. And I will not be surprised if he comes back and wants to know more. If he comes back and he wants to engage again, because he's going to be trying to reaffirm and reassert the morality inside himself by way of the conversation with you, brother, that his position is the moral one. His position is the right one. The cracks are already in the foundation of his moral positioning. And if we're all doing this, 6 degrees to Kevin Bacon, folks, it makes it to all of the wealthiest. It makes it to all of the plumbers. It makes it to all of the police officers. It makes it everywhere, and it can happen in the blink of an eye. And then we can save our brothers and sisters in South Africa. We can save them in Orania. This is epic IRL swashing. I love it. Well done, man.
Well, thanks, and thank you for letting me share a little bit of my what I do here and there.
I love it. I love it. It is so great. Let's get this, send this champion off. Do you have anything else that you want to share before we let you go, brother?
No, that was it.
All right. Show this guy some love. He's the OT leader. He's swashing on obscenely wealthy guys. Who knows? That guy might become a champion that we all end up celebrating in the future. You never know. Or somebody he ends up talking to. God bless the great Biospirit of the West. And folks, we will be right back. Bye-bye, brother. Promethean Hails.
Disappeared, nearly left a wound that none of us could heal. I count my stars, it's a miracle you're here. And in spite of it all, you're not afraid to feel. These are the stories I will tell my children. All of the sacrifice and service to them. Nothing comes easy in securing a victory, but it's worth it. These are the stories I will tell my children. Here's to the heroes. May we lift them up and carry our heads high. May we act as a beacon, offer protection, bringing ugly truths to light. May we be better, may we be worthy of our blood and choose to fight. These are the stories I will tell my children. Do you remember the day you promised you would do all you can? Facing an evil you might not live to see its end. Feeling the weight of the world and still here you stand. Staring into the eye of the dark with the will to destroy every power that keeps you away from your right to keep your people alive. These are the stories I will tell my children. And service to them. Nothing comes easy in securing a victory, but it will never not be worth it. These are the stories I will tell my children. These are the stories I will tell my children's children. All of the sacrifice and service to them. Nothing comes easy in securing a victory, but
drowning in the argument, the anti-white says. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right, let me know that you can hear me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be celebrating right now, celebrating some of our other swashbucklers, just like we were celebrating the great Biospirit of the West. I'm going to be getting back to the Go Free lesson of the day, maybe Elon Musk as well. But let's begin this celebration. Raucous emojis. Thank you, Corey, is in there first. Raucous emojis for the great Franklin, gathering together most of these victories for yours truly, as well as Biospirit of the West and the hard work that he's doing. Isn't that awesome? I love hearing about the obscenely wealthy getting swashed on. Totally epic. I love that. Big crepitant emojis. Let's come out of our seats. We're changing the world. We're recapturing our destiny. We're putting an end to the victimization of our people. Whether it is the victims of Audrey Hale or the young man, Austin Metcalf, or our brothers and sisters in Orania, we are the ones who are doing this. Everyone should embrace that. Big salutes. The great Franklin. We want to celebrate over on Donald Trump Jr.'s streams this past week. The number one son to Donald Trump, the quickest way to Donald Trump is through his number one son, and we have swashing over there the great Franklinator. We've got Ivan the Horrible. We got Biospirit of the West. We have We Are Westernkind over there. We got Cindy Ben. All of these heroes swashing over there. Let's make sure they feel the love from this community. Big salutes to these heroes, every single one of them. Let's keep it going. I want to celebrate the Blue Flame and Anti-Whiteism Ends With You on Twitter X. Rocking it. I've been seeing them tear it up over there. Big salutes to those heroes swashing over on Twitter X. God bless you, champions. Let's celebrate Anti-Vilification League, ladies and gentlemen, who has gotten 2 comments using the lexicon to get likes from Conor McGregor, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for Anti-Vilification League. Big salutes, totally glorious and epic. Conor McGregor, seeing these comments, swashing through there, empowering him, gives 2 likes. We are everywhere. You cannot stop us. Big salutes to this, heroes. Thank you for your work. Big salute to Tree Godfather, the Tree Godfather, for, in this instance, making glorious clips. He is making numerous clips of yours truly, and we are sharing and make sure that you magnify the work that this hero is doing. Crepitant emojis, raucous emojis for the Tree Godfather. Let's give it up for Raymond Foster and Anglo-Saxon NWG, continuing to make music that we share here on our gatherings. Big salutes there to those heroes. Let's give it up for some other IRL swashing. Lachie Lunda, the Thunder Down Under Australian brother, swashing on a senator from the Libertarian Party in Australia, and seeming that this guy is getting on board with white well-being. Wow. Show the love to the great Lachie Lunda Thunder. I'm telling you, it's 6 degrees, ladies and gentlemen, and it happens everywhere. Thunder Down Under is making it happen. God bless him. Let's get up on the screen right now our victories. And we begin, of course, with Thus Spoke Zarathustra. And those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. That's this community, ladies and gentlemen. They can't hear the music. They don't know what victory looks like. Here you have the great Anglo-Saxon NWG. I'm posting it for you to read. We're not going to read through all of it. We're going to keep this moving, but we're celebrating. He's over there swashing on End Wokeness. I have read all of these, brilliantly written. Come back, pause, and watch. He has nearly 7,500 views, over 100 likes, retweets, comments. Give it up for the great swashbuckling general Anglo-Saxon NWG. Keeping it moving. Here he's swashing on Golding is at BF. 41,000+ views, witnessing the swashbuckling power. Hundreds and hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. He writes, I'll read this one. Anti-whites often experience a perverse sense of happiness when they degrade themselves in front of non-whites as if publicly shedding their own identity as a twisted badge of honor, whether through exaggerated display like a ridiculous dance or a submissive embrace of non-white culture. They revel in the act, driven by a compulsive need to villainy signal their rejection of their own heritage. Keep it going. Big salutes for the great Anglo-Saxon and WG swashing general. He's back again, this time under I am yes, you are no. How many thousands? 16.4 thousand views, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. I'll read this one as well. The post exposes a harsh truth. Non-white anti-whites consistently side with their own people, even when they know they're guilty of anti-white crimes. Whites, on the other hand, have built Western civilization's prosperity on our individualistic pursuit of universal justice, a strength that anti-whites exploit. Meanwhile, non-white anti-whites prioritize their group's well-being over accountability as long as it gives them an edge over us in the very societies we created. Keep it going. Celebration. Remember, those who can't hear the music don't know why we're dancing. Anglo-Saxon and WG not stopped under I am yes, you are no. Again here, nearly 11,000 views on this one. Hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. I'm putting it up on the screen for you to read at your leisure by giving it a pause. More brilliance from the swashbuckling champion, but we're going to keep it moving along. Showing love, the great Cindy Ben over here. She is under Paul Joseph Watson, and she has nearly 900 likes from, and remember, all of these views, all of these comments, all of these retweets, all of the likes are from these people's audiences, not from our circles. This is Cindy Ben writing, it's all about anti-whiteism, trying to destroy our Western norms and values. Paul Joseph Watson, audience, nearly 1,000 of them say that's right, while Paul Joseph Watson's over there using abstractions. Give it up for the great Cindy Ben, swashbuckling general. Here we have Golden Honeybee, Celebrate Golden Honeybee, showing up on a channel, on a live stream, a new show, and she shows up, and she's the only one from the community that I've seen in that audience, that I've seen show up in that audience, who swashed for us. She says, this is anti-whiteism. And then, again, she swashes over there. Where are the laws to stop anti-whiteism? That's much more prevalent. Give it up for the Golden Honeybee, this swashbuckling sister, not afraid to save the white race, not afraid to prevent more Austin Metcalfs from being murdered. We'll keep it going. Here is the great Hans de Skipper over on WG Think. Hans de Skipper working on 9,000 views, dozens and dozens of likes and retweets and comments. And what does he empower this person's audience with? Anti-whites got the white erasure they wanted and thought they could just keep on voting for a living. Look at this garbage. This is what happens from anti-whiteism. Show the love, ladies and gentlemen. Planned protests in Zimbabwe calling for the resignation of the president turned into a massive stay away on Monday. Sharing nothing of power but the great Hans de Skipper general, making it happen. Keeping it rolling here. Hans de Skipper back again. Over 6,000 views on the audience again of WG Think. And 6,000 views and dozens of likes and a comment. The film is full spectrum anti-whiteism, empowering this audience with the concepts that liberate Westernkind. You're going to see this in a moment. Yes, it's true. You're going to see this in a moment. Yes, it's true. You're going to see this in a moment. Yes, it's true. Biospirit of the West. The great OT leader that we show great love for. Big quadruple 07s, Raucous emojis and gems. He's swashing over here, over 5,000 views, hundreds and hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. He writes, how many have white flighted to Texas to try and get away from encroaching white erasure? This is under End Wokeness. He writes on, now they have a 402-acre city dedicated to anti-whiteism plopped in their midst. It's time to stop running. It's time to put an end to anti-whiteism and white erasure for good. You see what running does for you when you look at Orania. God bless this hero, swashbuckling general. We're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to peer longingly and lovingly on the great tree godfather, who during a video by Blanca, a lawyer, was able to sneak this one in.
Tree Godfather, $5 super chat, says, we're close to putting anti-whiteism into law. Can we trust the Supreme Court to decide this correctly, or will they use the modern anti-white view? If anyone's expecting a 9-justice panel of the Supreme Court to...
I want you all to notice that this lawyer, with a massive audience, didn't even flinch at the concepts anti-whiteism and anti-white. That's Tree Godfather, ladies and gentlemen. Show this swashbuckling champion some love in the live chat. We have this shared with us by the great Mestizo Corf. God bless you, brother, for swashing over there with other champions and catching this while it was live.
It will apply, or whether, or how, or to what extent they'll do a 180 on it, they'll flip it, or just never get mentioned again.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not coming from a place of principle, is it?
Well, no,
it's just coming from a place of...
anti-whiteism.
Exactly. And I think what all of this is about is this sort of thing.
Yes! God bless everybody here who's been swashbuckling on the Lotus Eaters. God bless you all. Now, anti-whiteism is just everyday speech, empowering them in all of their conversations, in all of their audiences. Many millions it will end up being, ladies and gentlemen. Show the love for these champions. And then there is this, God bless everybody, swashbuckling on JF Therapy, because he ended up saying this just the other night.
As having special insight into the mind of the misogynistic young killer. And all of this framed into an anti-white narrative where instead of showing you what a murderer actually looks like most of the time, they show you a high IQ, intelligent white boy.
Deep love for all these swashbucklers. Celebrate big, and we'll be right back. All right. What an exciting, we're going to keep it rolling. The swashbuckling heroes, we are showing up everywhere. The lexicon, we are swashing everywhere. The lexicon and dialectics are the norm. It is now becoming the norm everywhere. Everybody said it couldn't be done. We're doing it. Give it up for the house of swash. We're putting an end to the victimization of Westernkind. We are recapturing our destiny. You need to become a part of that effort. You could be a solo activist. You could join the OT. You need to get involved right away. You have to start the practice. You have to start treating yourself for the anti-white pathogens, the meme pathogens that are inside your subconscious mind. You can become a better you. I guarantee it. You'll end up with the testimonials that we see here in Service to White Well-Being. And I'm looking for you to become a swashbuckling general, promulgating 6 degrees to Kevin Bacon, so that these concepts reach into every home, they reach into every boardroom, they reach into every government office, until our leaders are saying, no, South African government, anti-white South African government, not only are we going to object to you mistreating the white population, it's time for regime change by way of military invasion. Let's get to the celebrations for the financial gifts that we are going to celebrate. And we're going to start right off with First Last. Let's give it up for First Last, who financially gifted $100. Big salutes to First Last, the hero. In so many ways, he's contributed to white well-being. He swashes endlessly, and in one of the ways he works in service to white well-being, and we celebrate him for all of them, is his financial gifts. $100 from First Last, showing the love. Let's keep that going for one of our financial gifters who are anonymous. $50 from anonymous. 07s. Let's get some crowns for these swashbuckling heroes. $50 to White Whale Being from Anonymous. And we're going to keep this moving along so I got more time to chat with you all. Dude Bro Moment, also financially gifting over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform. $50 to White Whale Being. $50. Just think, if Biospirit of the West ends up successful with one of these many people that he knows, and they end up maybe the guy who is obscenely rich, maybe he comes in, and then all of these working class people, all of their work and their efforts and their dollars that they earn with their blood, sweat, and tears becomes all the more valuable when those kind of dollars get added. Dude Bro Moment here, $50, a man who can never be stopped. And with those $50, he writes, for White Whale Being, big salutes to you. Hyperborean Dream is also here, $50 for White Whale Being as well. Hyperborean Dream coming in on this Sunday's gathering, and he too writing for White Whale Being, $50. God bless the hero, Hyperborean Dream. Good to see you over here. We'll come back to stumbling in, and once we get to all of these other financial gifts that we will celebrate, and we'll swivel around this way. We are going to also, it's the beginning of the month, so we celebrate those who are on the honors roll call and the all-stars as well, and we'll be getting to that in just a moment. But before we get there, we're going to celebrate, let's see, the Tree Godfather. The Tree Godfather, swashing in how many different ways? Just today are we celebrating him? We're celebrating him again today over here on the app that processes cash. 25 White Whale Being dollars, the Tree Godfather. And with those $25, he says, in memory of Austin Metcalf, for the foundation's White Whale Being. God love this guy. That's the dedication. Those are the heroes. Those are the soldiers that we need. That's the thinking that you have to have. God bless him. God bless you, brother. God bless you so much. Let's get to the honors roll call, and that begins with the all-stars on the honors roll call. What is the honors roll call? That is the platform's Gumroad Subscribe Star. Your options are there by heading over onto knowwhyguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab. You'll see these options to financially gift without even having to think about it every single month. We begin with the all-stars, and who is at the top of the all-stars of the honors roll call? It is Promethean Healing, the number one all-star in service over here to White Whale Being. God bless him. Number one all-star of the all-stars on the honors roll call. Give it up for the great Promethean Healing. We also have at the very top, we have Joseph. Give it up for Joseph. Number two in line, all-star on the honors roll call. God bless that hero. We will continue with the rest of the all-stars. We have Marie Curie is over here, one of the epic all-stars. God bless her. I think I might have to start reading out I know it's been a norm to not read out. We haven't done it in the past, but Marie Curie, God bless you over here, all-star. We also have over here in the all-stars Western Sunrise. Give it up for the great Western Sunrise in the all-stars of the honors roll call. Do we have anybody else in the all-stars? Let's continue then with the rest of the honors roll call. We have Hendrickson. We have Tiny Skowish. We have Wilhelm is over here. We have Mark is in here. We have based in Florida. We have Hartman and June and your LG all over here in the honors roll call. We have Promethean Reckoning over here in the honors roll call. God bless these heroes. We have Tamara. We have Mother of Victory. We have Maverant. We have Zanazak. We have Greg over here. We have Save Western Civilization Now and King Petrus. And we might even have over here, I'm not sure because I can't tell yet on Gumroad, but we might have Scott over here on Gumroad as well. Let me know, Scott, if you are on Gumroad or not. Send me a message. Celebrate those heroes, ladies and gentlemen. That is your honors roll call and your all-stars on the honors roll call. And I think we even had another financial gift. We did come over here. Rhodium Maiden. Rhodium Maiden, $50 as well over here on the Do the Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy. Give it up for this maiden, $50 as well. This is the swashing coming through, ladies and gentlemen, on a day of horrors, the things that we're talking about. God bless. $50. And she writes, how do I deal with someone who refused to acknowledge that races exist because there are more differences between individuals than there are between groups? You can say to them very simply, and it's a fabulous question, and other swashbucklers are going to be over here right now in the live chats on these different platforms, and they're going to be sharing with you what they have used and have succeeded. Look to them and what they're saying. I have said to these people, just to quickly sweep away this, fine, the white race. If you want to say it is an abstraction, if you want to say we just are making it up, fine. It's a definable group of people that can be discriminated against. They are discriminated against, and I belong to that group that's discriminated against, and we are putting an end to it. If you want that discrimination, persecution to continue, then you are anti-white. What say you? Maybe I'll come back to it as we get through a little bit more of what we have to cover today. And we're going to open the mailbag. Thank you so much for that question. It's a beautiful, perfect question for everybody here. It's an argument anti-whites raised. They never, of course, say there are no Jews or there are no blacks or there are no this or there are no that. So if they want to say it's a construct, say fine, and I'm defending it, just like the Jews are a construct or the blacks are a construct. In the mailbag today, we have mail from the one and only Randy. Randy has come through, ladies and gentlemen. Let's show this man some love. Let's celebrate Randy coming through in the Thaumatological mailbag on this glorious Sunday, the 6th of this month, with 30 white well-being dollars, saying it as a testimonial. Working men and women standing up with their dollars, hard-earned, taxed to death, saying enough is enough, enough Austin Metcalfs, enough of these Audrey Hale anti-white murderers and these Carmelo Anthony murders. Enough of this. We're standing up. We're standing together. We're recapturing our destiny. God bless you, Randy. We also have in the mailbag, let me turn over here. We have this lovely little card that has shown up. It says, thank you on it. On the inside, it is from Marilyn. And with this card, Marilyn, signing just her name, sends a testimonial of 20 white well-being dollars. Make sure she gets your salute. She knows that you care. She knows that you appreciate her swashing and her efforts in service to white well-being. God bless every one of you who are stepping up in our time of need to put an end to the victimization of our people, to put an end to anti-whiteism, so it will not continue to follow us from new country and new community to new community and new country, and dissolving our fight, our will to life, so that by way of white guilt and the white noir inflicted thereupon us, we surrender all that we create and thereby suffer the unceasing victimization of the anti-whites. God bless these heroes. Thank you all for standing up. We've also got Stumbling here, financially gifting. I'm going to be taking a look across our platforms and see what other financial gifts there are and whatever tags there are for yours truly. Make sure you stand up now. Let me know if you have something to say. I probably missed it earlier. I had a lot to say about these comments. I wanted to make sure that everyone was empowered and you could go into your lives and transform your circles so we can recapture our destiny. We have over here on Subscribestar the great Mavrant, financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, Mavrant. And I will indeed check my messages. Thank you, good brother, Mavrant. $10 financial gift. We also, continue the celebration. We got a new financial gift that came in on the app that takes cash. It is Cool Papa J Magic, the great swashbuckling commander extraordinaire, riding in on a horse with flames coming from the hooves. $25 financial gift. Give it up for Cool. In fact, Cool did not come alone. He wrote in, there were two horses of this apocalypse for anti-whiteism. One was ridden by Cool Papa J Magic and the other by Corey. Corey coming in at the same time. $50 for white well-being. What a champion. What a hero, Corey. God bless this hero. Sleeping in his car between shifts so that he can financially gift. He says, thanks again, brother. No, God bless you. Real men and women of the West here. Real men and women of the West. Changing the world we live in to put an end to this horrible victimization. God bless these writers of the anti-white, the apocalypse for the anti-whites. We also have Karina financially gifting over here $10. Thank you so much. Good sister. Good to see you, and thank you for your financial gift. And we have Yiz the Unifier financially gifting $5. And with those $5, she says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Swivel back around this way, and we see we've got Stumbling over here, financially gifting $50. Thank you so much, Stumbling. And he says with those $50, do we need to separate ourselves as people, as peopled whites, from unpeopled whites? It's a good question. Very good question. For want of a better term, you have spoken about not insulting women from the effects of anti-whiteism, but how do we gain victories against anti-whiteism without benefiting unpeopled whites? White well-being must remain our center. Absolutely, you're 100% right. And he finishes it up with Kip. Absolutely, keep it Promethean, keep it pristine, keep it white positive. Champions of the West. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're 100% right. And how do we talk about? Well, we do need to talk about. We don't have a term necessarily for peopled whites, but we absolutely need to be focusing on that. We have to be communicating to our brothers and sisters that we are in the process in this community of becoming a people. We are not going to arrest any of our problems that people see as their own by addressing these things in any other way. The ultimate power is to become a people. And these are the tools that create that. You cannot force white people to do it. You cannot talk them into it. You can't persuade them. You can't convince them into behaving that way. They have to find themselves there the same way that they found themselves by way of the anti-white locutions in this place of rabid individualism, so diseased and so dank that they don't even fight for their own dead sons. So great point. And thank you for asking that, bringing that up. And that's going to get our people thinking about it. But yes, what happens is where you're talking about benefiting unpeopled whites, selfishly individualistic whites, the witnessing of whites as a people benefiting from being a people will cause white people to join, will cause white people to want to gain status in our community, in that movement, in that endeavor, in that behavior, by being those that do the biggest, that do the greatest, that are the most fervent. Because status is something else that another part of the human animal experience that people are going to want to achieve. So we build, you've probably heard me talk about before, about building the stage, and then the stars will show themselves. That's what we're doing. Let's have those victories, and the real people who will do amazing things, tantamount to the amazing things that we're doing here today with the great swashbuckling champions. They'll show up and they'll become a part. They'll add their voices. God bless everybody here on Entropy. If there's any more that shows up, I will prop this back up on the screen. For now, though, I will turn my head to Land of the Fake, Home of the Gay. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much, brother, over here on Premium Rumble. And he writes, if I could expand this a little bit. As we race mix more with non-whites, economics, social pressure, and other pressures will force us to adopt non-white mannerisms, spiritually erasing us. Yeah, you don't, obviously. It is anti-white to reproduce, biologically reproduce ourselves out of existence. So, obviously, don't engage in that behavior. We need to teach our people. We need to give our people the option of what we consider the moral decision, which is to perpetuate our peoplehood. And that is to get them defending themselves individually by way of our group, and thereby engendering the hunger for the stories that make us proud, for the history lessons that make us proud. Do you see how that it works that direction? You can't give white people the history lessons that make us proud without there being the hunger for that. In fact, people reject it. So we engender the hunger for it. Our people will embrace it. And when they embrace it, our sons and daughters will look out at the world and they will say, we are a wonderful people and we have a glorious past. Do I want to perpetuate that with my choice of mate? So we give them that choice. Right now, white people don't have a choice. Everywhere you turn, we're told that the white race is evil and that you're going to be happier and better off with a non-white children, non-white spouse, non-white children. Thank you for that. Land of the Fake, Home of the Gay. Over here on D Live, we have a new follower, USA. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the follow. We also have, let's see, over here on Premium Rumble, no tags. I don't see no financial gifts. So good we didn't miss anybody. I think those ice creams, yes, they were from last week on D Live. And thank you again for those. Let me then turn around as we are approaching a minute and a half to the top of the hour, which signals 30 minutes left in this glorious gathering and service to white well-being. Remember, tagging is no white guilt, and I will be taking a look at your comments. We have Gaius over here giving the applause. Thank you so much. Gaius on Twitter live chat. And he said they found out in Liberia, didn't they? No, nobody learns that way. But yeah, it turned out as expected. We have Dallas over here. I don't think I've shared this one from Dallas yet. Over there on Twitter Live, we have Independent South. I suspect even non-white separatist groups know deep down they fare better with whites in their society. Maybe so, maybe, but that is not, you know how the story goes. The cleric, the general said, how do we know which ones are Christian and which ones are Muslim? And the cleric said, let God sort them out. And that's how I feel about anti-whites. Eric says, can't understand the African anti-white. Yeah, he was tough to understand. Winged Productions is over here. Anti-whiteism ends with you. Trump should send all the aid from Ukraine and Israel to Orania. for them to fight against anti-white violence from South Africa. Yeah, I mean, by all rights, Trump should invade. Trump should absolutely invade South Africa and regime change and put white people back in charge of their country. Raymond Foster and Jeep Girl are both here. I see. For White Well-Being in the YouTube live chat. Anti-Whiteism ends with you saying Musk could afford the Wagner Group or Blackwater to go and defend. He absolutely could. Not even batting an eyelash. Defend our brothers and sisters in Orania. Tom over here saying, yeah, urban Utes. It's the urban Utes in South Africa. That's what the anti-whites will call them. Eric saying, you're absolutely right. Proud to be white, no apologies. Amen to that. Destroy anti-whiteism. Stop making targets out of our people. And then you have someone we need to educate saying, don't ignore the J question. Hasn't been ignored. Anti-whites of all types are included. If you want to talk about Jews, then you got to do that someplace else. We are focused on pragmatic steps. We win victories for white people in their lives, in their communities. 6 degrees to Kevin Bacon. Replicable, duplicable, and spreadable. This lexical power of white well-being, changing the world. All the talk about complaining about Jews hasn't achieved squat. So I submit to you to reflect upon generations of failure and then choose the right path for the victory of white well-being. White positivity is essential for mental health. Protect our children. Think about it. All of the complaining about Jews did not stop Austin from being stabbed in the heart. Time to drop that strategy. All right. Let me take a look over here at you heroes on the YouTubes. And on the YouTubes, Stan is here. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt so I can get to your comments. We have a couple of announcements. First announcement is this, and we're going to be getting to our lesson of the day, which is the effects on white children, and any questions and comments you might have. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. I want you to participate. That is what we are doing here. The effects on white children coming up, and we're seeing the effects. What are going to be the effects on our white children in Orania? What are going to be our effects there? And you know what? I've had many good folks, I just got to say, before I get into the 2 announcements I have, many good people who are advocates for our people in Orania and have reached out and have spoken with over the years, people who are actually doing things, people who literally take families into their homes from South Africa. So good people are out there. Do not ask me or anyone in our community to finance the conservative arguments that are taking place. Do not ask us to participate in it. We are here to help you with white well-being. If you want to reach out and you want help with arresting the victimization of our people all around the planet Earth, including South Africa and Orania, more than happy to help. I will train all the teachers you want trained in Orania to teach Go Free to those families, and we can promulgate this message. Could you imagine if the leader of Orania is on video using the lexical dialectical power saying, why is Trump behaving in this anti-white way? Is it only white people he doesn't help? Instead of the way he was broaching the conversation? We need to talk about ourselves as a people. So don't show up and say, hey, finance some more conservative arguments, because I'm not going to pay for what loses, and I'm not going to suggest to people to pay for what loses. A water purifier in Orania is not going to save the day. All right. We've got 2 announcements. The first one is, once again, as I told you earlier today, no gathering next Sunday. So if next Sunday comes up and you're like, damn, this is wretched, no gathering, watch this one over, watch one of the older ones, and enjoy. It'll be like it's brand new because I'm always teaching the lessons. So I won't be here because on that weekend, I will be down in Tennessee with Yiz the Unifier at her picnic. As I said before, I might go live while at the picnic on Saturday, at least briefly. There might be a possibility of going live on Sunday from the road. I don't know. Maybe a short live from the phone on the road. I don't know. We'll see. But otherwise, not a normal gathering this coming Sunday. Spread the word. And then back to normal the subsequent Sunday. Also want to ask everybody to send positive energy and prayers to Kate. Kate's in the hospital again. So please send some prayers and some positive energy her way. She needs it right now. She needs the prayer. She needs the positive vibes. So send them her way as you get an opportunity this evening, tomorrow, in your day. She'll appreciate it. Thank you so very much. We're going to be getting to the Go Free lesson of the day and anything you might have to say. Big salute from me personally for everybody who celebrated Thus Spoke Zarathustra. Those who couldn't hear the music didn't know why we were dancing. Brandusher is here. I have so much to share with you about my childhood and my daughter, says Brandusher. Well, interested in, did you email me? Did you direct message me? I'm interested. Thank you, brother. Tiny Squish, celebrating Jason. Thank you. I appreciate it. Here I am again with a cooked voice. Viking Warrior is here. Ay, 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 yay! Is with us as well. Wonderful to see you. My poor voice. Every Sunday. My voice is like, why do you do this? Why do you do this to us? Oh, we also want to celebrate Independent South is a new member of the OT. Let's get it up. 07s, and let's get some crowns. Let's get some swashbuckling flags. You can type in pirate flag. It's misnamed. That's the swashbuckling flag. Get this man some flags, some swashbuckling flags. Independent South has joined the fight as a member of the OT. I am informed here by the great Biospirit of the West. Welcome, brother. Good to have you on board. It's just scrolling back through right now. Southern Thunder, what a great name, is with us. Hello and welcome, Southern Thunder. Let me know if I missed any of your comments, and I will go back and find them, or I will at least do my best to find them. My poor voice. We've got some reading to do. I need like a ice cold drink. Would be so nice right now. Checking back. Thank you all for celebrating. Lady Anglo is here. Maiden DE is here. Ivan the Horrible. I don't know whether I saw you first over that way or over this way, brother. You are everywhere and I love it. Zizor is with us. Good to see you. Antiwhite Out is in the house. Wonderful. Like right now, with my way my voice is, I could do like a killer reading of a horror novel. I don't know if you all noticed, but I suffered a most objectionable mishap, and it's going to be a couple of weeks before this mishap can be remedied. So it's not exactly easy to read anymore. Zig is here. Howdy, howdy, howdy to you too. Checking back, making sure I didn't miss anybody. What a day for stories, though. You know that? I mean, you have the manifesto coming out of an anti-white terrorist. And of course, the anti-whites are not going to let us see the manifesto. You have this horrific murder of this beautiful young soul. And I find it a little off-putting. I mean, yeah, to say that these people are attractive, or when we have our brothers and sisters murdered, it's not just that we lost somebody that's attractive. I mean, it's so superficial. But beautiful soul. And the story of Western civilization literally put together for us in real time in the item of Orania. All of the lessons you could ever need. Imagine Brant Danger. He could give like a semester's class on what's happening real time in Orania as a perfect microcosm for what has always happened in Western civilization. White people build a country. Sometimes we have to fight other tribes, but we build a country and then we are talked out of it. And the primary means of it are various forms of anti-whiteism facilitated by the fertile soil of selfish individualism. I'm telling you, the white race that makes its way through this is going to be very different from the white race today. That's a reality. What are the effects for white children? Thunder Down Under says, Southern Thunder, or the thunder from down under, you must choose them or me. That's funny, man. I just can't believe it's when you really stop and think about how we are ordinary people who have decided to be extraordinary, and we're doing literally changing the world we live in. Amazing. Let's get into this. Just a couple pages before what I want to read to you about the effects on white children is something that's pertinent to today. And that is, I write here, each people project their instincts onto their environment. The sum of these projections is the people's culture. That's where culture comes from. The cultural reflection of a person's instincts, of a person's intellectual, instinctual projection induces feelings of peace, stability, permanence, harmony. What was the black guy seeing when he drove through Orania? White people who had their culture, what they create, reflecting back at them. That creates harmony. It's the same for every racial group on the planet. This is why multiracialism is doomsday. It can't work. It's never worked according to my history, my reading of history. Gentile Gentleman is with us over here on Premium Rumble. Good to see you, brother. The opposite is true for a person in an environment that does not reflect their biospirit. So the white kids The white people waving, smiling, they're happy because they are in an environment that is reflecting what they have on the inside. Not everybody is going to be happy in that exact same way, have that feeling of felicity as we have in our environment. They may like the civility. They may like the fact that there is freedom of association. They might like the fact that there is freedom of thought. They might like what we create. But those things to us are our instinct, and they bring us bliss. So much more the crime when you white erase us and cleave this, not to, but from us, white erasing it. The more we are white guilted into altering our communities to suit the biospirit instincts of non-white people, the less our communities reflect our own biospiritual nature. The less our communities reflect our biospirits, the more unfamiliar, unstable, and uncomfortable these communities feel, exacerbating white noir. Now, Austin felt the unfamiliarity. He could not read that unstable environment properly, could he? The environment was unfamiliar. It was unstable. He could not read those around him. Why? Because they were not containers of that same instinct. They were not vessels of that same biospirit. So he couldn't. I want our people, especially our children we're talking about here, to feel that harmony like our children now, for now, are feeling in Orania. I want them to have harmony. I would never go to them and say, no, be frightened and live your life knowing that this area is predators and these people dressed like that are predators. And no, I don't want that. I want them to experience harmony. So let's read for a moment and tag me as No White Guilt with any questions you have here. The effects on white children of anti-whiteism. One of the biggest effects, I mean, you're seeing today by way of Jeff Metcalf, the father I pointed out earlier, that taught his son anti-whiteism, along with the teachers, the movies, etc. And as a consequence, he couldn't read the environment. So do we teach our children about anti-whiteism and the white erasure to empower them? Or do you tell them that, as Leonardo would tell them, that a quote, blacks are all violent, close quote, her quote. You tell him that because he's going to go out in the world and he's going to hear that older white people are always backward, evil, heretical, racist, etc. Then there'll be a divide between son and father, parent and child. Unbelievable that we have the answers here. And so many people are so dumb. You may feel embarrassed to realize we have been tricked into acting in ways harmful to ourselves, our countries, and our people. I mean, how much more likely is that to know now that white people could be feeling embarrassed by this when we had that little viper saying, as a result of Austin being killed, hurt his pride. How despicable. I mean, that guy's a piece of... As adults, we like to think of ourselves as tough, independent, and resistant to manipulation. Recall again the vignettes from the beginning of this book about Buddy, Smith, Tommy, and Lily. A white child's view of himself, his kind, and every other group of people is taught to him, imposed on him by anti-whites. The anti-white worldview is a crippling and disfiguring power which compromises the physical, mental, and spiritual health of all white children. They're being victimized right now. Every single day. What are you doing about it? Are you standing by and watching our children be victimized this way? Complaining about non-whites? Cucking out like cuckservatives? Are you standing by doing those non-things while our children are being victimized? Or are you actively engaged, pragmatically, in a practice that works to arrest that victimization? The timing of this abusive indoctrination is particularly destructive because the minds of white children are still forming, making children the most vulnerable to the devastating effects of anti-whiteism. The lies and manipulations of anti-whiteism disfigure their thought processes and their deductive and logical reasoning abilities. To add to that, we talk about the thought chains. You have antecedent thoughts that psychological warfare operators will give you, anti-white ones. And then those antecedent thoughts restrict the conclusions that you can come to. And you feel, as a consequence of having conclusions, that you have free will. And then you turn to me, and as I explain this to you, you say, I can think whatever I want. I can call the anti-white terror rape gangs groomers if I want, because I know what I really mean. But you don't. You don't, and you're wrong. Your choices have been limited to choices that harm you. That is the power of psychological warfare. Which is why we provide our population with these meme curatives, antecedent thoughts that restrict the outcomes, the conclusions, to conclusions that benefit us. Conclusions that, as anti-whites hear them, restrict them in their deductions so that they can only come to conclusions that are harmful. That's how, in these conversations, we are able to dominate when we swash on people. Or you can follow that woman and just go tell your boss that you're a racist. Their white noir can present as any number of physical diseases and psychiatric disorders, a la Audrey Hale. When I write of white children, I mean all white children. No child escapes MP infection, no matter the child or their upbringing. You may think that you are an exception because of your conservative or religious upbringing. Sadly, you're wrong. No child escapes the abuse of anti-whiteism and the MPs in modernity. A white positive woman named Mary, and I've shared this before, she thought that she did what you have, just a couple MPs. She said, no, I only found a couple thoughts. My parents were good conservatives, so there were only a couple of ideas that were harmful to whites. And then she came back later and was like, I am full of these thoughts. I am full of destructive thoughts, full of destructive feelings. And I said, don't feel bad, because we all are. That's the process of going free. Anti-whiteism engenders thoughts that penetrate deeply into the subconscious, infecting the minds of white children with inescapably illogical deductions that damage their health. These infections set the stage for short and long-term disease and psychiatric disorder. Such illogical deductions encourage bad and irrational decision-making in white children in every area of their lives, like confronting an anti-white black guy who has decided that he is going to flex on your team. Literally, I write this. It Such illogical deductions encourage bad and irrational decision-making in white children in every area of their lives. Personal interaction, education, drug use, sexuality, recklessness, betrayal of and fanatical opposition to Westernkind. You would think that when I wrote this, who knows how long ago now, that's specific in that verbiage, that I already knew about Audrey Hale and I already knew about Austin Metcalf. And you'd be right. Because the Audrey Hales and the Austin Metcalfs just keep recurring. They just keep recurring. They recur for those with the eyes to see. Have you seen or suspected such factors in your own or someone else's life? Might your displeasure with your body or appearance be attributed to anti-white notions? Could your friend's drug addiction or suicide have its root in a hopelessness engendered by anti-whiteism? Could your unemployment or lack of promotion be a consequence of anti-white beliefs in yourself and others? We are the way, we are the truth, we are the path to the redemption of Westernkind, ladies and gentlemen. Everything you have, all the tools you will ever need to recapture our destiny, to put an end to the Audrey Hales, and to prevent these senseless murders of the Austin Metcalfs and the insanity of the Jeff Metcalf fathers. Reflect again on the fact that you have in the white sympathetic sphere people who are objecting to our victimization, either implicitly or explicitly. Reflect again, but especially with the explicit, that for generations, they've been going to this white race. And this was what my impromptu debate with David Duke and Richard Spencer was over. And I was right, and they are wrong. They've been going to this mass of selfish individuals and saying there's a threat to our community, to our tribe, to our people. But these people, these selfish individuals don't have a people. They don't have a tribe. There is no argument of a threat so great that will change that. And then there never was. You cannot go like for the one guy saying you should be talking about the Jews. There is no white race to warn about the quote Jews. We don't have a people. You could talk about them to the end of time, as you've been doing, because we're not thinking about ourselves. Think how foolish it has been for these content creators. I mean, you just had the past 2 weeks of a debate back and forth of whether or not white people should openly declare themselves National Socialists. Fathers don't even care about their butchered sons. I mean, it's childishness that reeks to high heaven of disease and putrefaction. And it is nothing but the midwit slop that subscribes to that nonsense. And now you see even potentially clearer why I and this remedy have been ostracized from those who want to engage in that garbage. Hell no, they don't want no remedy. Hell no. The more Austins that get murdered, the more fans they'll be able to make. The more Austins that get murdered and bleed out in their brother's arms, the more they'll be able to tweet, black people have tricked us all into believing that they're good and that the police are the problem, and get 1 million views on that. That's what they want. and it's contemptible. In our final minutes here, let me see. A big thank you to anybody who shared, retweeted, quote tweeted, gave likes across these different platforms. You're swashing by doing that. It's a big service, and thank you so much. Putting together, getting all of this together week after week for you all is a service I do in love, I do in gratitude. But it really means a lot to know that there are heroes like yourself that are going to magnify and swash this and swash for our people everywhere else, so that we've got members of this community always active, even when some of us are sleeping, when some of us are eating. There are members of this community who are 24 hours a day, night and day, northern and southern hemisphere, are making it happen for the redemption of the white race. Quick look here, because I'm just a simple man. And what can I do by myself? Nothing. I ain't nothing but a simple man. They call me a redneck, I reckon that I am. But as things going on, make me mad down to the core. I gotta work like a dog to make ends meet. There's crooked politicians and crime in the streets, and I'm madder than hell, and I ain't gonna take it no more. Anybody know who that is? Tell our kids to just say no, and then some panty-waist judge lets a drug dealer go, slaps him on the wrist, and he turns him back out on the town. If I had my way, people selling dope, I'd take a big tall tree and a short piece of rope. I'd hang them up high, let them swing till the sun goes down. People done gone, throw the Bibles away. They're living by the law of the jungle, not the law of the land. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. You better watch where you go. Remember where you've been. That's the way I see it. I'm a simple man. All right, tag me. I'm the kind of man who wouldn't harm a mouse, but if I catch somebody breaking in my house, I got a 12-gauge shotgun waiting on the other side. That was such a kick-ass song. So don't go pushing me against my will. I don't want to have to hurt you, but I damn sure will. If you don't want trouble, then you better just pass me on by. Far as I'm concerned, there ain't no excuse for the raping and the killing and the child abuse. I got a way to put an end to all that mess. You just take them rascals out in the swamp, put them on their knees and tie them to a stump and let the rattlers and the bugs and the alligators do the rest. Yeah, you know what's wrong with the world today. That's how we need to be. We need to be like, who got it? Did anybody get it? Did anybody get it? Looks like, for no guess, Haggard, nope. Daniels, Charlie Daniels, Tree Godfather. Were you the first one to get it? Corporal says Jason tells the brutal truth. Dennis says, Jason, I can never thank you enough. God bless you, man. I appreciate that. I relate a meme to Leonarda Joni. Her religion of Eastern Orthodox has issues with the influential desert tribe. You should invite her on. I did. And little known fact, I invited her on and she was going to come on. And then something happened. You know how many times this has happened? That I've invited people on and they say, absolutely, we set a day, we set a time and everything. But then something happens. Yeah, she was going to come on. Hyperborean Dream says, tell us what happened to your glasses. It was it was a freak accident. I was rolling the trash can. I wish it was something really cool. I was piloting an F-35. I had just flown between two-story homes, streaking along the surface of the earth. No, I was rolling a trash can, and I was getting the mail. And I wondered if birds would be building a nest underneath again. So I tilted my head. I didn't see any birdage action. And I continued to roll the trash can away, which makes a very distinct eyeglasses falling on the pavement kind of sound. And an automobile must have come along and had an interaction with my glasses. So now I have just willed myself to better vision. But the F-35 story is better. Franklin, the great Franklin, is here. He says, I thought casein was a kind of protein. It is. I don't know what the rest of that conversation is about. Getting ready to get out of here because we're reaching that hard time out moment. His keyboardist was from Massachusetts. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Says the Tree Godfather. He says, can you sing 16 Tons? The singer was quite cool. Haven't I sang that on stream before? I got to try to remember it. What's the first line? Quickly write the first line in the live chat to get me going, to stir the memory while I check to make sure we didn't miss anybody. We'll be back on Wednesday. And remember that Monday, tomorrow, is for the Dragons. You have Yiz the Unifier at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8:15 Eastern Standard Time. The great 4-0 gets started. I will be at both of those shows. If you want to chat with me, you can chat with me there. I will be back, though, on Wednesday, unless something happens to drive me back here sooner. And looks like I didn't miss anybody. God bless you all, though. We have to use these Sundays to launch out of them like a cannon. Is that how it starts? Tree Godfather, you load 16 tons? I thought that was the chorus line. Darn it. Oh, it's how's it? I got to remember how it goes though. Some people say a man is made out of mud. A poor man is made out of muscle and blood and skin and bones. A mind that is weak and a back that's strong. You load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning when the sun didn't shine. I picked up my shovel and I walked to the mine. I loaded 16 tons of number 9 coal, and the straw boss said, well, bless my soul, you load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. Big salutes. Make this a absolutely rockin' week for white well-being, ladies and gentlemen. Get born and go load 16 tons. That's what our people have done. Number 9 coal. We are the builders. We are the makers. We build Western civilization. We're building it right here. You are part of that. You're a hero in this story. God bless you all. Let's go free.